All right. We have re-entered. And we should be fine now. All right, we're back. That was weird. Apparently, when I launched that video, I don't know, it like bogged everything down. Very odd. Okay, but we're back. We're back. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, I guess it just drained everything down. Very annoying. Very, very annoying. But we're back. We're back. All right, well, on to the Nuggets. On to the Nuggets. Where were we? We had just finished taking out Arms Barker, if I recall. Yes, yes. We are so back. We are so back indeed. So we just finished taking out Arms Barker, which is good. Now, I think that we are finally in a position where we might head to the United Cities, is what it is. Then we're just healing up, and then we're going to head over to the United Cities. Let me double check everyone's health. Yeah, we're looking good. We're looking good. Yeah, it's either Windows or YouTube, but it's one or the other. I'm not quite sure. Not quite sure. Because I wasn't even using that much CPU. Like, my CPU percentage was still, like, only 32%. I'm not sure what it was. So, not sure, but, yeah. Okay. Back to the Nuggets. I'm all frazzled now. I thought I was in good shape. I was in ripe form, and then, yeah, here we are. I'm going to have an update for the mod list soon because I don't know if you guys noticed, but things are running even more smoothly than they usually do in terms of performance. I downloaded a series of mods that actually fix even more of the performance, makes my mod list even more friendly, even with all of my shaders and stuff on. What it does is it replaces many of the models around Kenshi with lower poly models, but they still have the same texture mapping, so it decreases the load times, decreases all of that stuff. The game runs even better now. I have far less stuttering and far less stopping and loading because some of these older saves, like not this one, but like my dwarf save, for instance, are getting old enough to the point where they're starting to like just slow down, and I've seen a notable increase, like 30 frames. So I'll be updating the mod order tonight, and it's going to be even more performance friendly than it was before. Very, very. In fact, not only is it performance friendly, I would say you'll actually get a sizable boost in performance from the load order now. I know I certainly have. So I'll beat up these filthy dust bandits. Totally understand. Take your time. Feel no obligation. But no, it's a good load order. I've been enjoying it quite a bit. Cosmic, right off the bat, man. You're such a goat. Such a goat. Such a goat. That's why he's the goat. Get over here and finish healing up. Where's Ruka at? Why are you up? You're supposed to be resting. Get back in bed. Dang. Oh, Crumble John needs to rest too, for sure. How are we looking on food as well? Not half bad. Not half bad. I found a recruitable fridge bot in the hub. Is that scripted or random? Nope, nope, totally. It's totally there. There's a couple of them that spawn. They have really bad frames because they don't. Yeah, they have to level obviously, but you can get frames like this one for them later on. You can replace their arm or their frames with different ones. So that's what he looks like without the frame. If you put a new frame on him, boom, big old frames. There we go. So you put new frames on him. Welcome to everybody. Just joined 14 people right off the bat. Welcome, welcome, everybody. I'm glad everybody's excited. Everybody's stoked. I will be, I think I'm going to finish, I'm going to edit that clip a little bit more that I showed at the beginning because it came off as very choppy on stream. I'm not sure why. It wasn't supposed to. Kind of ruined the whole vibe. But I'm going to edit that clip a little bit more. I think I'm going to post it as like a mini trailer type thing, but I'm working on an animated in Kenshi anthology series. Really good camera angles, a lot of editing. Very excited about it. So stay tuned for that. Voice act, it's gonna be fully voice acted. I got several people in the community that are gonna be voice acting with me to bring it to life, and we're gonna start telling stories from around the wasteland. Very excited about it. Grubs, if you're still here, you should ask that question again. Ask your question again if you're still here. Grubs, did you have a question? Did I miss it in the beginning? When I was going through babbling? Do you have any advice on someone wanting to get into Kenshi streaming? Yeah. Oh, well, before I answer that, I have to answer the Beep question. Beep was eaten by Fogmen, and then we resurrected Beep in the form of Zeep, who was a zombie Beep, and Zeep was also eaten. Zeep Zeep also got eaten. Unfortunately, Zeep bled out in the United Cities. They beat him half to death, and he bled out in the UC. Unfortunately, it wasn't meant to be. No peep. Sans beep. We are sans beep. Unfortunately. All right. So what advice do I have to get for somebody that wants to get into Kenshi streaming? Well, one, make sure you have the bandwidth, the obvious stuff. Make sure that you have the bandwidth to handle streaming. Ethernet cord, fully recommended. Don't try to stream over. Don't try to stream over Wi-Fi. Not a good idea. Make sure you have the hardware, the Ethernet. Those are the first ones. Get your bandwidth right. Get your game settings to a way that runs comparably, that runs, smooth. And then, I mean, just hop in and start playing, man. Just hop in and start playing. That's all it is. I don't do anything special. I don't think I do anything special. Just hop in and try to be as entertaining as possible and chat with people. The main thing about my streams that I find that not just like I enjoy, but like other people enjoy, that make them fun to listen to or anything like that, is just engaging with the people in the stream. For me, it's I answer questions about lore. I talk about lore, and we kind of try to build a story. And then if you flip to on the flip side, you have people like we'll say like Pado, who his streams are a little bit more roleplay heavy. He tends to roleplay a bit more, and he has he'll set further the story along and have like animated cutscenes and clips and stuff that he plays during the streams. So there's different ways you can do it, but just be make sure you're having fun, have a good time. Start out with a simple concept and just let things build from there. That's all. That's all it is. For you, I want to make sure that we're not. Damn, that is a lot of starving bandits. That's what these are, right? Yeah. I see at least a good handful of juggernauts in this group too, and I think they're talking to me, or are they talking to these dust bandits? They might be talking to the dust bandits. Yeah. Oh, geez. Yeah, they're fighting dust bandits right now. Okay, so it's this army of starving bandits versus the dust bandits. My God, let me tell you, these performance increases that I'm about to throw into my mod order. I mean, look how smooth everything is running. Look at how smooth this is. All these people here, and it's smooth as butter. Smooth as butter. All these units on screen, smooth as butter. I haven't seen a single stutter. I'm really excited to add those to the mod pack, to the collection, because serious performance increase. Serious performance increase. What are your thoughts on Igor and how he came to be in the employment of the United Cities? So, in terms of how he came to be in the employment of the United States, that is a tough one. I don't know how he became in the employment of the UC. I haven't looked into it too much, but I know that he serves Tengu. But the way the United Cities is set up is they're very similar to feudal Japan, right? So all of the United Cities is set up to be independent city-states that are under the individual control of the lords, or in the historical sense, the daimyos. The daimyos control everything. And they all answer to the emperor, who is a figurehead, right? He's the emperor. He's supposed to be the one that's in charge, but he's not really in charge. In fact, the one that's really in charge are the individual daimyos, who all answer to the shogun. It's all the shogunate. And it's because they're afraid of the shogunate, right? The shogunate is the one that controls the imperial military. And the shogunate is the one that really calls the shots. And he's the one that keeps the daimyos in line. It's not the emperor. They don't listen to the emperor because he's the emperor. They listen to the emperor because of the shogunate. So the shogun has the real power. And when you look at the way that the United Cities functions, Igor is effectively the shogunate. The only thing that Tengu has to control the nobles is fear of sending Igor out after them. Because even the nobles are freely admit when he gets elected after the death of Emperor Anzai, after the Red Rebellion, that Tengu is, an idiot. So Igor is effectively Adam Smasher. That's a really good one. Do I work for Lo-Fi Games? I do not work for Lo-Fi Games. I've actually applied to work with them twice. And the first time I got knocked out of the running pretty quick. That was 2 years ago. And then I applied again last year, and I did not. Earlier this year, I did not get in the running either that time. But that was for the community manager job. Who knows? Maybe one day they might hire me to do cinematic work, or to help with writing or anything like that. That would be cool. But that's a dream for another day. But no, unfortunately, I do not work for Lo-Fi. I've done work with Lo-Fi. I've done I've emailed back and forth with Dan and Kirsty and some of them. So, and I've done I've done work with them before, you know, sponsored videos, and I think when the free camera came out last April, last April when they released the free cam mode, I did what was it? They gave me access to the free cam like a month or two early, to make some test footage for them to use in the like in the official release. No, no, I don't write the lore. I'm just somebody who has an enormous amount of time on their hands and enjoys writing and lore. Lore, not just for Kenshi either. I enjoy lore for everything. Lore is like my thing, man. It's my bread and butter. It's what I do. Harry Potter lore, Star Wars lore, Kenshi lore, Elden Ring lore. You know, I love lore. Lore is my thing. It's my bread and butter, my piece de resistance. Lore is what makes my world go round. I'm really excited to make some Kenshi 2 stuff. I'm super excited. I'm super excited. Crazy thing, I get Kenshi when it was first released and hated it. Stuck in the dustbin for like 3 years. Saw so many videos and gave it a second chance. Came to love it. The first time I played Kenshi, I hated it. Freely admit it. First time I played Kenshi, I hated it. Thought it was terrible. Cosmic, dude. Goat. He's goated. He's goated. The man's goated. You're an absolute lad, Cosmic. Absolute lad. First time I played Kenshi, I hated it. I thought it was terrible. I had a terrible time with it. I thought it was low poly, poorly written. I mean, the whole nine. I didn't understand it. At the time when I first picked it up, I had all my settings super low because I was running on a really, really bad PC at the time before I built my first PC. Like my first real PC, and I was running like a really bad... I was running a... God, this is possibly embarrassing. I don't know how people feel about this these days, but I was running a fucking Alienware Alpha at the time. Cosmic, bro, are you good? Cosmic, you used it. He's nuts. He's lost it. W's in chat for Cosmic. W's in chat. Nothing but W's. Thank you. I sincerely appreciate it. Yeah, so I hated Kenshi when it first came out, though. I didn't understand it. I was running an Alienware Alpha, and so like I didn't have a really good system. Integrated graphics card, really, really bad stuff. The game looked really bad because my settings were super low, so it just looked like low poly, low effort, like homemade. One guy made an MMO in his basement using assets from Unreal. Like it was not good. It wasn't good. And obviously I don't feel that way now, so I feel comfortable saying this. But it wasn't good. I didn't have a good experience. It wasn't good. My first start on Kenshi was a guy and his dog. So I started in Bast, and I remember I went into I left the city of Bast, and I saw a single Holy Nation paladin fighting a single United Cities samurai that was using like a pole arm, right? And I didn't have any concept of like the stats or like what the stat differences were or any of that stuff. And I remember I ran up and I was like, well, I need to get some armor. So I went over and I stole some armor off the body of the Holy Nation. Of the UC Paladin, because I was like, oh, look at that fucking samurai armor. That's pretty cool. So I took the samurai armor and immediately got absolutely demolished. And died. And that was my first run. That was my first playthrough. Absolutely demolished. Didn't even survive like 15 minutes. Like, it was terrible. And so I remember I put the game down. I called my buddy who had recommended the game in the first place, and I was like, John, what are you why did you tell me to play this? This game's ass. Like, it's not good. It looks like shit. It plays bad. I don't understand it. And it's ass. Why'd you tell me to play this? And mind you, he'd been playing it for like 2 years at this point, because I picked it up in 2020, March of 2020. He'd been playing since like release. So Canister. Oh, this is my microphone. Yes, it's my nuclear fuel rods. That's where the magic happens. That's how my game runs the way that it does. It's due to the nuclear fuel rods that are in here. So I was like, John, why did you tell me to play this game? It's ass, man. Like, I don't understand. It's really, I don't get it. So he walked me, told me to take the Wanderer start. He laughed at me for picking the guy with the dog start at first, which is funny. He told me that was part of my first problem. And then he walked me through my initial start, and he taught me how to like train strength and that stuff. And he told me to stick around way stations and kite enemies to the way station and that stuff. And I did that. And first playthrough lasted a little bit longer. And by the end of that first playthrough, even though I did end up dying again, I realized like the depths of the complexity and intricacies of the game, and I developed a deep love for it. And then I played it obsessively, religiously, for like 7 months. And as I do with everything that I really get into in terms of gaming or media, I needed to know more about the stuff that happens off screen. I needed to know more about the lore. And so I started playing in March of 2020, and then in like February, I think, of 2021, I dropped my first lore video, my first video on Kenshi, which was a review of Kenshi. And then shortly after that, I dropped my first lore video, which was my whole story of the first Empire video. And that video was my first one that popped off, like really, really hard. I mean, I got thousands upon thousands of comments on it, and I was like, shit, I guess that's what I do now. And it's been like 5 years and I still do it, so cool. Because prior to making Kenshi content, I started this channel to make gaming lore. I mean to make gaming review. I was doing game reviews, and it turned into Kenshi lore after the success of that. So, what mods do you use? Do you have a mod pack on Steam? I do have a mod pack on Steam. There is a collection that is linked in the description down below. It is my Vanilla Plus collection. One-click download, it's all there. I will say, if you are going to use it, keep an eye out over the next day or so, because I'm going to be adding about 3 or 4 more mods to it that increase performance that are not in there right now. I mean, serious increases in performance. I got a 20 FPS boost from these mods, like while using my heavy, my fully maxed out graphics. Like my graphical settings are not fully maxed out, but like max texture quality, large chunk size, all that stuff. Like I have pretty beefy graphics, and I'm running on ultra wide. And I saw a 20 FPS increase with the mods that I'm going to be adding to this mod pack, like later, probably tonight. So just stay tuned for that. If you do choose to use it, there will be additions to the mod pack, like today. Oh shit, we got torched. No. E. Seek cover. Thought we were far enough away from that laser. I was wrong. How often do you get a loading screen comparatively? Almost barely, not at all. And when I do get a loading screen, it's only for like a second. Like before, especially like in my dwarf playthrough, that playthrough is 170 something days in, and it's starting to get to the point where I'm getting a lot more load screens, right? I'm getting a lot more buffering, like sitting and waiting for the game to load in. I booted that save up earlier today as like a test to kind of see how the new performance is running on it. And I was running on 3 times speed from zone to zone, and I think I stopped for like half a second. Whereas before I was loading a little bit more consistently, and I was starting to see frame rate drops, and I'm not seeing that anymore. I mean, these performance mods that I'm adding to this pack, you will see a 20 frame increase and your load times drop dramatically. Or maybe not exactly 20, but you'll see a significant increase in FPS and a significant drop in load times. So I'm going to be adding that very, very shortly for everybody. Wow, Crumble John got real messed up there. Try to stay away from the... We got to wait till nighttime is what it is. We got to wait till nighttime. I also added a couple more animation mods for combat animations and stuff as well, so... Yeah, no, it's really good stuff. Really, really good stuff. And we are waiting. Yeah, I'll be dropping that tonight. As soon as I'm off stream, I will update the collection with my new load order. My new it's not even new. I'm adding like 4 mods to it, but I'll be updating the collection. So tomorrow the mods everything will be updated. Everything will be there. So just stay tuned. Stay tuned for that. It doesn't hurt the skeletons, but it did absolutely fry Shrike, Wing Wang, Crumble John. Did not hurt Cosmic, oddly enough. Did not hurt Cosmic. You're carrying. No, Don is not. So we're gonna have Cosmic pick up Shrike here. Once nightfall comes, these lasers will stop, and I'll be able to get out of here. I should have waited until it was nighttime. Have I traveled to the swamp yet? That tends to cause the most slowdown. I haven't tested it in the swamp yet. I am excited to test it in the swamp. I haven't quite gotten there yet. So do you ever do an all skeleton playthrough? You can set up in the middle of Avenge and let the death rays wipe out your enemies for you. I have done an all skeleton playthrough. I don't think I ever considered setting up an Avenge, but that actually is that's a smart idea. I never thought about doing that. That's smart. Never. I don't know why I never thought to do that, but that is a smart idea. Dodge these lasers. The giant lasers. You up. We're gonna have Sad Neil pick up Ruka. And then Don's arms and legs don't get messed up because he's obviously there. Burn, who are you carrying? You're carrying Infinite Wing Wang. Sad Neil's carrying Ruka. Alright, Don, you're gonna pick up Rumble John so we can move. Perfect. Perfect. Alright. These lasers should be dying down here in just a second. Once it gets to nighttime, the lasers will stop. We'll just hide out inside the ruins of this old skyscraper until then. Almost there. Alright. Lasers should be dying down now that it's nighttime, which is cool, and we can get over there. Once we get to the way station, we'll rest up and fix these injuries that we just gave to ourselves. And then we can start making our way into the UC territory. So once we're in the United Cities, we need to make some money, firstly. And then once we make some money, we're going to buy a building inside one of the UC cities. I'm thinking probably... Beep did die. Yeah, Beep was eaten at the end of... I think he was eaten at the end of episode 1. Yeah, Beep got eaten at the end of episode 1. Beep died at the end of episode 1, and then we recruited a Fogman drone, and we named him Zeep. And I was going to actually give Zeep Beep's dialogue package so we could roleplay that Beep became a Fogman. We were in the United Cities, and Beep had tried to take the shackles off of Shrike when they were resting inside of a bar in Heft. And the UC saw him do that, and they proceeded to bludgeon him to death and then throw him outside. And he bled out in the streets of Heft, unfortunately. Very sad. When does my book come out? When it's done. I need to I have about 7 or 8 chapters left. It's going to be roughly 45 chapters. I have about 7 left to write. And then I will be releasing it. I'm going to be publishing it independently through probably Barnes & Noble, so it'll be available for purchase through Barnes & Noble. But it should be coming out shortly. I just have to finish it, and then I have to wait for my test readers to finish going through it to check for narrative inconsistencies, grammar mistakes, all that stuff. Make sure that everything makes sense and is solid. So a little bit of time left on it, but the book is almost done being written. We're getting there. And then that'll be the first of 3. So we're getting there. We're getting there. All right, Crumble John, you go to bed. Shrike, you need to get in bed. What's this about a book? Inform and plug your product at the same time. I'm writing a book. I've been writing a book for about a year now. I've been planning the book for 2.5 years now. I've been writing the book since April of this year. I'm roughly 34 chapters in right now. I'm writing chapter 34 right now. It is a dark fantasy book. It takes place in a... I'm trying to figure out a way to explain it without revealing too much of the story and all that stuff. So effectively, the world that the book takes place in is called Alteus, the continent of Alteus. It's basically a large raised up plateau on a greater continent, and the continent of Alteus is run by a group of like a mysterious race called the Elfane. It's a very old, very ancient race called the Elfane, and they run the continent, the country from in the grand scheme, and then the country is divvied up into 7 provinces that are run by or 6 provinces that are run by noble families, and these noble families are very mysterious. They run from the shadows. Everyone knows that they run the country, but nobody really sees them very much. And in the country of Alteus, magic is outlawed for anyone who is not a mage. I mean, who's not an elf. Only the Elfane are trusted enough to wield magic. And finding someone that is magic is like if someone is found out to be in possession of magic, it's punishable by death, as well as death for everybody that is affiliated with them, everybody that's hiding them, all of that stuff. It's a punishable offense. So you end up having a society where people will find out that their children have traces of magic, and they'll turn their children in, because otherwise the alternative is the entire family gets wiped out. And the story follows a 27, 28-year-old man by the name of Aiden, who basically is the sole guardian for his younger sister, whose name is Henry. And Henry is a 14-year-old girl that he has raised for the better part of half of his life after his father died and his mom walked out. And so he's been raising her for half of his life, and he's gotten involved in organized crime as a result of that. And he does all of this because his sister is harboring a secret. And the secret is that she is repressing her own magic. She has magical abilities, and so he's consistently hiding her secret and working with the underbelly of society to try and keep this secret safe from the rest of the continent. And the story follows an event where basically through a series of unfortunate circumstances and bad decisions, in conjunction with an event that takes place every 25 years called the Ascension, Aiden is put into a situation where he is forced to learn the truth about the nobility of the world of Alteus, which is that they are effectively I guess the closest equivalent that you could refer to them as would be like vampires, and that's why they rule from the shadows. And he's forced to be put into a situation where he has to throw himself headfirst into this world of magic and this clandestine underbelly of political espionage, and become a member of the nobility when his lifestyle is threatened and he learns the truth of the nobility, and his sister's safety is put at risk. And then he, it's heavily based in like political espionage and, very like courtly, very like noble, very royal. It's a lot. There's a lot of stuff going on there. So, but I'm trying to explain it without spoiling too much, or like giving away the premise of the book. But yeah, so that's what it is. But each of the noble families are harboring a dark secret, and when he becomes aware of it, he's put into a position where, in order to protect his sister, and to maintain his sister's safety and all that stuff, he's forced to essentially throw himself into the world of nobility, and potentially losing his very humanity in doing so. And this is why you do lore videos. Yeah, this is part of it. Yeah. Any idea of a page count? So at current, hold on, it's been a while since I've done a page count. I think when all is said and done, it's going to be roughly 600 pages. The first book is. I think right now I'm sitting at 470 pages, and I still have a handful of chapters left. I think it's going to come out to roughly 600 pages for the first book. So, the reshade that I'm using is Suki V2. Yeah, the reshade I'm using is the Suki V2 reshade, but it is not available for public use anymore. You can't get it. The mod author took it down, unfortunately. So I'm going to end up releasing my own reshade at some point. I just have to get around to it. I have a lot of other projects I'm also working on. In the meantime, I would recommend Reno's. Reno's reshade is pretty close to being able to achieve the same results here, at least until I can, release my own reshade. If I'm going to buy the book, I have a small request, if possible, PDF format or online accessible. Yeah, you're going to be able to buy a hard copy, or you're going to be able to buy it as an ebook. I have both set up. It's formatted for both. I have it formatted for both so far, so it'll be accessible as both a hard copy or an ebook, depending on how you prefer it. So it'll, you can read it on Kindles and stuff like that. So I should have that done within the next couple of months. Again, it's a tedious process writing a book. It's not fast. So there are some times where I go like a month without even getting a chapter done because I pull a George R.R. Martin and I just don't have the time to sit down between everything else I'm doing. Or sometimes I do sit down and I'm like, I'm just so fucking tired and burned out that I need to not. But we're almost there. We're getting there. We're near the end. The fact that there are so many people interested in it will definitely makes me feel more motivated to continue. Not that I wasn't motivated, but you know what I mean. I found I spend 5 times. I spend 5 times as much time editing as actually writing. Yeah. I have like 7 or 8 people, thankfully, that are reading the book chapter by chapter as I'm writing it to like help me with again plot inconsistencies and that kind of stuff. So it's good. It's good. I will. If anybody has any other questions about it, I'll try my best to answer. Again, I'm just trying to make sure that I do so in a way that's not spoilery. Mostly because like I haven't even finished writing it yet, so I really hate to accidentally spoil anything. But I will try my best. I will try my best. I will say that it is geared more towards like an adult audience. There are 1 or 2 scenes in it that are, I'm gonna say a little bit spicier. It's for plot reasons, but it definitely has some mature content in it between some of the like the themes, and then also there is 1 or 2 chapters that are a little bit more intense. I don't want anybody to be shocked by that, but it's not like super mushy or anything. But there are 1 or 2 chapters where things are a little more intense. That's for sure. A little more intense. All right, we're headed up to the UC now, and then from there we can still. We're gonna head to. We're gonna actually avoid Henge. We're gonna go to Stout. I'm gonna go to Stout. I'd rather go there. I would rather go there. I should have that out very, like soonish. My hope is that I'll have it done and out within the next couple of months. Long process writing a book, so. But it's been coming along very, very well. Yeah, I think there is a degree where I worry about coming off is I wouldn't say it's. I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not super into Game of Thrones, but like, I don't think I do the same kind of shit that George R.R. Martin does. No. I try to keep it tasteful. In my experience, scenes like no. In my experience, scenes like that are better written. I try to focus on the way that the characters feel, like emotionally, and the thoughts going through their heads in moments like that, rather than like overly intense, like physical descriptions. Like it's no one wants to hear that shit. Like it's too much. That's not the kind of vibe that I want for my book. No. I try not to focus on like the physical, and focus more on the emotions and the thoughts during things like that when I'm writing. So it's much more tasteful. You can get through it. You're aware of what's going on, but you're not like uncomfortable. The point's not to make you uncomfortable. That's not the point. Again, but I didn't read Game of Thrones, so I have no fucking idea. I am not George R.R. Martin, though. I'm not gonna write fucking copious amounts of incest and weird stuff. I don't know. George is weird. It's funny. You know, this is a really funny story. When I played Elden Ring, I remember at a certain point in Elden Ring when I was like looking into the lore, because I watch a lot of Elden Ring lore and I look into the lore for it a lot. I remember yeah. So I will tell you, mine's more than a fade to black. It's not a fade to black, but it's not physically that descriptive in that way. It's not a fade to black. Again, I need to be very transparent about it. It is not a fade to black, but it is not physically descriptive in that way. It focuses more on, again, the emotions, the thoughts, the feelings, that kind of stuff. But I remember, so Game of Thrones is a very good read. It's very well written. I remember when I was looking through into Elden Ring lore, I realized like the copious amounts of like the the incestual undertones, and I say undertones, and stuff that is in Elden Ring. And I made a joke to a friend of mine, and I was like, Jesus, was like Elden Ring written by George R.R. Martin or something? And then imagine my fucking surprise when I find out that Elden Ring was in fact partially written by George R.R. Martin. I was like, oh, that explains it. That fucking explains it. It's funny because he writes very well. It's just some of the things he chooses to focus on. I'm like, why did you need to do that? Why is that the thing that you're choosing to focus on? I get it. Like, it makes sense in like a medieval setting, like, you know, purity and all that kind of stuff. Like, people had some weird backwards ideas and shit. Even like fucking Harry Potter, it's in there. Like, when you look at things, basically anytime you have a race that, or a group of people that are focused on like purity, you're gonna end up with that, and it makes sense from a like historical standpoint and like that kind of stuff. I just feel like there was a lot of emphasis on it. And when I was looking at Elden Ring, I was like, wow, this is like wild. I feel like I'm reading a George R.R. Martin book. And no, I was in fact reading a George R.R. Martin book. I had no idea until like 2 months later, and I was like, oh, that's what it was. Now I understand, Moog. It's good. Good. I laughed at it, but oh man. Yeah, I would say it's you know, it's there. But for every, you know, there's only like a couple of scenes that's not what the focus of the book is for sure. There's only 1 or 2 scenes that are like that. That is by no means the focus. There's actually far more violence in the book than there is anything else, but head out here and try to I'm gonna avoid the slave hunters and stuff like that, because that's what got me in trouble last time. Instead, what I just need to find things to sell. That's what I need to do. I need to get money. We will rate you the spiciness. Oh god, I'm already so self-conscious about it. This is one thing that my wife laughs at me about, because I'm writing this book, but I'm also so self-conscious about it, because it's like, I feel like when you look at me, and when people who know me in person and stuff, this is not the kind of thing that they would expect me to write, and like the kind of story and the vibe they would expect me to write. And it's funny because, like, I'm so self-conscious about it, I guess, is the main theme here. And so I'm eager to see what the reception is, but God, I am so nervous, admittedly. It's my first time writing a book. I'm so nervous. I'm so self-conscious about it. Okay, we're going to head it towards Stout. That was the plan. I was just trying to dodge slave traders. I like Stephen King mostly, but kind of messed with my head as a teen. Not Pennywise, but what the kids did and tried. Yeah, see, like shit like that's totally unnecessary. That's not the kind of stuff that I would ever include. That's great, like totally unnecessary. The other thing too is like, there are certain lines you just don't cross, and that like I would never cross in a story. That's one of them. Like, they're fucking kids, man. I don't know. I'm not gonna get too much into it, because like it's not the conversation I want to have on stream. But like, that shit like that bothers me. You would never see anything like that in anything I wrote. Crazy. Crazy. Unnecessary too. Like, what I know that like Stephen King was on that old he was on a lot of booger sugar, a lot of no snow when he was writing a lot of his books. So like, I'm sure that probably wasn't fucking helpful, but just weird stuff, man. Unnecessary weird stuff. I'm really proud of the action scenes in mine. There's some really intense stuff. I also, you know, the first book is one of the... It's a lot of setup, because it's part of a trilogy. And so there's a lot of setup that happens in the first book that I'm excited to, like, expand upon further as I get to dive into other parts of the world and stuff like that, and really flesh out certain aspects of the lore. So it's a good experience. It's a fun experience. It's gonna be a good time. Good time. I read a lot of my wife's, what is it, in preparation for writing my book and like planning and stuff too. My wife is like an avid reader. She reads like a shit ton. I read like six or seven books series, like whole series that she had been reading to kind of like prep myself for like what the vibe should be, what to avoid, descriptions and stuff like that. And you know, there was a lot of research and all that stuff beforehand as well. Because I wanted to make sure that not only like was my world building good, which I felt confident in my world building, but that the way I was writing it was also, you know, descriptive and provocative, but not inappropriate and uncomfortable. And I find that sometimes people over-describe things that maybe should be left to the imagination, or they under-describe things that maybe need a little bit more fucking explanation. And I wanted to know what the good points were, so... Alright, we are headed out. Who are you guys? Those are samurai. We are headed out. Does Burn have... Burn no longer has a bounty. That's good. For a while, we all had bounties, and it was terrible. Who are you guys? Tech hunters? Okay. Yeah, we're mostly just looking for money right now. Trying to get some cats. Trying to get some easy cats. Head to Stout. We're going to buy a building inside of one of the towns first, rather than setting up shop outside. And the goal, eventually, we're going to have to set up, like, plantations throughout the face of Kenshi for the sake of production. But, in the interim period between us setting up those plantations, we are going to be basing inside the cities, because we're also going to be setting up restaurants where we're going to be making food and whatnot. So the plantations will be used to essentially feed those restaurants. Thank you, thank you. We might do some hydroponics indoors, but again, ultimately, I want to be running I want to have a secret drug operation running and everything, and then I also want to be running the restaurants as well. I'm going to have runners moving in between the cities, delivering product. I mean, we want to do this as realistically as possible, full warehouse, the whole nine. So, you know, it's going to be a combination of things. We're going to be some hydroponics for like maybe we'll do like the food and stuff in house, and then we'll be moving hashish and stuff outside of the cities. So it'll be a combination. Crumbly John. We're gonna have to have someone Cosmic. You go pick up Tony, because I don't want to risk him getting picked up by slave hunters. Anybody that gets down has to get picked up immediately before slave hunters try and fucking take us down. Try and enslave Don again. Last thing we fucking need. We just got back to the United Cities after the last escapade. I really would prefer not to be enslaved again. That'd be freaking great. That would be great. I don't think Cosmic can attack with a one hand when he's holding Don like that. Which is like not the end of the world, but Bad Neil just bopping him. Burn just bopping him. Bop bop. Oh, yeah. All right, we'll heal up Don there. Good old Don. Cool. All right. Did any of these guys have bounties on them that we can take? Sometimes the outlaw swordsman will spawn with bounties, although most of them look like they're in rough shape. You do. First aid him. Just enough to keep him alive. All right, Crumble John. We gotta find the swordsman. I'm pretty sure it's usually the outlaw swordsmen that have bounties on them. So, the ones that have the jackets. Find them, grab who we can. We also have to make sure that we're not grabbing the ones the slave hunters are capturing, which they are grabbing him. Unfortunate. Would be cool if a job could be set as a runner, could be set in runner's auto stock from base to city stores. That would be really cool, but unfortunately I think the pathfinding would fucking freak out if you tried to do it in normal Kenshi. Maybe Kenshi 2 will have better pathfinding and better job, job assignments for stuff like that. Also, a thing that we're going to do is when we get to town, we're going to go into the jail and we're going to start recruiting some of the guys out of the jail to join our faction. The idea is that, like, hey, you guys are in jail, but the Don will buy you out of jail. He'll bail you out of jail, and in exchange, You owe us something. You're gonna work on our fields. You're gonna work in the fields. You're gonna work on our hashish plantations, you know? Any of you guys have a bounty? Yeah, you do. And you. 2 bounties over here. You know what that means? It means we're gonna beat your ass. We're gonna beat your ass. Let me speak about the fact that Kenshi being a tidally locked satellite that is permanently looking at the planet means that it should have a daily eclipse, and nights should be longer than days. So not necessarily that nights should be longer than days, because, like, look at our own moon, for instance. It has a relatively similar day-night cycle in terms of, like, not similar to ours, but, like, the night is about the same length as the day. The night for our own moon, which is a tidally locked satellite, has a day cycle of roughly 14 days, like 14.5 or some shit like that. And the night cycle is roughly the same. And it does a full rotation, like a full cycle in about like 28 days. So it should have a longer day-night cycle, but not that the night should be longer than the days, not necessarily. There's a lot of factors that go into play: distance to the planet, the planet that it's orbiting, other satellites, distance that the planet has from the star that they're orbiting. Like there's a lot of things that go into determining that kind of stuff. The one thing that is off again is the length of the day night should be longer, but they don't necessarily have to be different. Or like one doesn't necessarily have to be longer than the other. Crumble John, pick this dude up. Crumble John, pick this dude up. Come on. Oy vey. Crumble John has a wife? Crumble John's got a wife. Somewhere. Quite sure. There's one other one here that has a bounty. Where you at? You? No? Is it you? Yeah, it would be the last one that I look at. Burn, heal him up, and pick him up. Fantastic. Anybody else got bounties? I do not think so. So even though the planet is tidally locked, the mirrors orbiting create an artificial daytime. Hold on. Theory: the death rays are malfunctioning solar mirrors. Daytime is actually created by the other solar mirror that aren't malfunctioning. So though the planet is tidally locked, the mirrors are creating artificial daytime. I mean, maybe, but they're clearly solar mirrors in some capacity, because when it's nighttime, they stop firing, right? Like so the belief is that they were terraforming devices. The only reason that Venge looks like an absolute clusterfuck is because it's been they've been on for hundreds or thousands of years. I say hundreds, for thousands of years. That's the only reason that Venge looks so bad. But we being attacked? Oh, we are. All right. That's the only reason that Venge looks so bad. So they are solar mirrors. Like that's fair. Like I don't think they're normal satellites that they're in some way they're utilizing the energy of the sun to fire down rays of death and burn away swaths of organic life. But I think the idea behind it is that it's like you burn a forest to make the ground more fertile. To make you burn a field and the ground comes back as more fertile from the nutrients from the burned down field. And the problem is that they've been on so long they've just scorched the land. They sunburned the land. Now, in terms of whether or not they're causing the days to be longer, I don't think so. I don't think that it would cause the entirety of Kenshi to have that issue. I don't think so. Where is the police barracks? Where are you at? There it is. Hello, comrades. Shrike has one. I think Crumble John has one. I think Burn has one. Yeah. I've come to deliver people to you. Take him. Infinite Wing Wang. Oh, no, you don't. Wing Wang doesn't have anything. That's stupid. Crumble John has something. Perfect. Take him. And then we'll give Shrikes over. Take him. Look at us. We're doing God's work. We're turning people into the authorities so that we ourselves can go and forcibly recruit them. And for some reason, there's a training dummy up here. What the reason is, but it's there. I really want a soldier drone. I've been on this for a while now, but I really want a soldier drone. Need to loot this farmer. Take that. Okay, we're gonna talk to you. See what you want. Please, please, I'll do anything. If I let you go, will you join our cause? Really? I'm just so hungry. You'll feed me, right? Yeah, you'll get some grubs. We got some plans for you. Never mind, I'll take anything you got. Okay, so I need to bring him food. But I'm not going to give him my good food because, like, that's my good food. But good to know. They could explain the massive changes in water levels if they were originally designed to melt the ice caps. So, actually, I have a theory about the water levels. Hold on, we're about to get a tangent. Are you ready? About to get a tangent. So, let me pull up my other map. Let me pull it up. Pull up the map. Where you at? There you are. All right, this is my copy of a 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 whole story. The reason why it's named this, by the way, people have asked me about it. The reason it's named this is that every time I make a new template for a thumbnail on Canva, I make a copy of the last template that I made. And so after 5 years, you get a copy of a copy of a copy of a copy of a copy. Anyway, so this is the map I made of Kenshi 2, based on natural, water erosion, topography, all that stuff. I filled in the gaps, the lines, and I created what is a hypothetical map of Kenshi 2 where all the water is here. Now, water goes up, water comes down. We know that the water rose after the First Empire to where it is, right? Because there's a lot of First Empire ruins that are underwater, whereas there are no Second Empire ruins that are underwater. Which means the water level used to be lower, and then it rose, and then it came back down. Now, with all of that being said, this ties back into the theory of Stobe. And this is a really good one. I'm very excited about it. So why did the water levels go up? So Stobe is over here, okay? I believe he's right here. He's either right here or right here. No, he's right here. So Stobe is right about here, okay? Right on the ridge. And this area here is called Stobe's Garden. And this is allegedly where Stobe, the last of the behemoths and the savior of humanity, saved, the last of the humans of the First Empire and protected them from total annihilation by the skeletons. And because of that, they were able to survive the Age of Chaos. Now, what is the Age of Chaos? We need to think about the Age of Chaos as something that's going to, take a really long time. Because we know that between the fall of the First Empire and the start of the Second, humanity had completely forgotten the sins of the past, and they had regressed to a point where they have a very, very limited understanding of technology compared to that of the First Empire. So it must have been generations, long, long time. And it must also be something that caused the water levels to rise. So what would happen that could cause water levels to rise, and would cause humanity to regress so dramatically? What could take that period of time? Well, the answer is an ice age. But why would there be an ice age after the fall of the First Empire? Well, by Stobe's body, there is a device that looks a lot like a missile. We don't know for certain if it's a missile, but it looks a lot like a missile, right? And we know that the skeletons were trying to completely annihilate humans. And all across the face of Kenshi, there's evidence of large weaponry being used. Iraq, there's evidence of large areas being blasted away, large machineries being blown away, and areas in the land that appear to have been like really, really messed up. And so I want you to hypothetically look at it this way, from this lens. The First Empire gets attacked by the skeletons. The rebellion happens. The skeletons, in rapid succession, like very rapidly, at a very rapid pace, begin to annihilate humanity. And they know that the easiest way to annihilate humanity is to pick a weapon that annihilates all organic life but won't destroy the planet, the moon itself, because obviously they're there. They clearly have some desire to live, because they, at least at this time, because they rebelled against the First Empire for killing the behemoths. So they clearly have some sense of self, and they want to live. They don't want to die. So they can get rid of organic life, and they can survive. So what they do is they start destroying areas of like nuclear facilities that were using nuclear power all across the face of Kenshi. They start blowing things up all across the face of Kenshi, making the place inhospitable. The last of humanity begins to funnel through Stobe's Gamble, through this area here, and eventually ends up in Stobe's garden. Okay, in the garden. Stobe, the last behemoth, sacrifices himself to prevent the last of humanity from dying in this concentrated area, right? There's a nuclear device that's set to go off that would eradicate the last of humanity. All of them are funneled into this area. This is the last stand where humanity's like final numbers are, the last of the first empire. And there's a device that's going to go off. Stobe stops it, but he loses his life. In doing so, he essentially turns this area into a veritable Garden of Eden for humanity, the beginning of humanity, because the rest of Kenshi is now coated in nuclear winter, an ice age brought on by nuclear winter. Ash falls, snow falls, the atmosphere gets colder, everything freezes, but a nuke never went off. A bomb never went off. The device never went off here, and this becomes the last bastion of humanity through the age of chaos, this tumultuous nuclear winter. This is the Garden of Eden. Now, I know that Ark is named after the dude who made many of the hair models for Kenshi, right? Like that's why Ark is named there. He's named after that. But theoretically, I find it very interesting that this is Stobe's garden. Stobe died protecting humanity, so it's like a Garden of Eden, and there's a building here called the Ark. And what would happen as a result of a nuclear winter? Well, everything would freeze, and the place would go through a very chaotic age, a long period of time where temperatures would drop, everything would freeze, snow would pile up, all of that stuff. And at the end of a nuclear winter, when the temperatures begin to return to normal, they begin to rise, all of that ice begins to melt, causing water levels to rise. Water levels go up. And then over thousands of years, the water levels begin to evaporate as the temperature and the climate on Kenshi re-standardizes, begins to re-acclimate itself away from that original, from that nuclear winter, and the water slowly recedes and it evaporates. And that's when you're left with this. Kenshi back to the state that it was during the First Empire, or roughly the state that it was during the First Empire in terms of the topography, the landscape. And so effectively the Age of Chaos was a nuclear winter. Stobe's garden is a Garden of Eden. It's called Stobe's garden because it's a Garden of Eden where he protected the last bastion of humanity and prevented a device from going off that would have made the last habitable area of Kenshi inhabitable, right? The Stobe's garden was the last habitable zone during the Age of Chaos for organic life like the humans, and allowed them to survive through the Age of Chaos and persist to the modern day of Kenshi. So, that would explain why the water levels rose. It rose due to the aftermath of a nuclear winter, causing increase of ice, increase of freezing, that all of that ice melts, and then you end up with raised water level. And it also explains why Stobe's garden is called Stobe's garden, how Stobe sacrificed himself to save humanity, and it also explains why humanity regressed so intensely. And why there is no records during the Age of Chaos, because the vast majority of Kenshi, the vast majority, was uninhabitable by any organic life as a result of the actions of the skeletons, making everything except Stobe's garden uninhabitable. Do you know what happened in the Unwanted Zone? I have not dove too much into the Unwanted Zone. I have not. Unfortunately, not too much. I know a bit about like the Ashlands and that kind of stuff. The Ashlands is likely covered in ash. I think the Ashlands was the capital of the First Empire and was likely used as a capital during the Second Empire as well, because the Second Empire built most of their infrastructure using the bones of the First. Excuse me. And so they likely built their capital along the bones of the First Empire as well. And the reason why it's covered in ash, they had, robots, skeletons that are walking around cleaning the pollutants and the ash out of the air. But it was also being maintained by like megalithic superstructures and stuff during the First Empire. The reason why they're based here, and I think this was the capital, is because the First Empire would have been using a tremendous amount of power on the face of Kenshi. Like the energy consumption that they were using must have been astronomical. And what happens to be right next to the Ashlands, an area where we see megalithic superstructures, highly in technological, advanced pieces of machinery that would have required ludicrous amounts of energy. Well, there's volcanoes. there's tons of volcanoes. And so I think the first empire based here and made this their capital because they were utilizing the thermal energy, the geological thermal energy from the volcanoes of Sonaris Dark, and they were using that to power their megalithic machines. And then they were filtering the air from the ashfall from the volcanoes, but after the empire fell, there was nothing filtering them, not consistently anymore. So that's the deal with the Ashlands. I hope that answers some of the questions. Okay, so what are we doing now? We're in Stout. We need. The lake in the middle of the map was created by the Nerevarine with Dagoth blew up the heart of Lorkhan. I agree. Dagoth was just slapping fools. Bast used to be better, but recently the attacks from the Holy Nation basically rendered it as a shitbox. Like, it's just a war zone now. It's also one of my favorite places to train, like, mid to late game. I'll send a squad of, like, 15 people up there and just go ham on either the Holy Nation or the United Cities. Pick a side and just go to war. And let my guys just fight 360-degree fighting against strong enemies, and we have enough. If you're allied with, like, the United Cities or allied with the Holy Nation, you have plenty of allies around to keep your guys alive, so you don't really have to worry about dying. Or at least, you know, you'll pass out, but you don't have to worry about not being healed. So, really great place to train late game once you have the stats to, like, actually survive at a confrontation down there. These fucking guys. Where you at? Leave my bleeding farms alone with your shitty hands. That's rude. That's not nice at all. Want me to cut off those spikes? Wow, rude as hell. Rude as hell. Yeah, I think we're going to ally with the tech hunters in this playthrough. I think they're going to make good allies for sure. There it is. There's the bar. We got to heal up a bit. That's what we need to do. We got to heal up a bit. Who are we fighting? Oh, is this... Oh, starving vagrants. Sometimes, because I have population settings so high, sometimes the Western Hive or the mercenaries or something like that will end up going to war with the United Cities. Really funny for me, but no, this time it was just starving vagrants. A character typically wears medium to heavy armor. I bet I could do it with 1 or 2 characters if I save scum enough. Probably. I like to go up there with a group of like 6 or 7 martial artists and just watch them go ham. It's also really cool because if you have high population settings, there's just so many people up there that, like, you can get some footage of really good like war scenes up there. Really good stuff. Hello, El Loco Dominguez. Hello. Welcome to the stream. Welcome one and all. Any good recruits up here? We're going to be recruiting a lot of people, but I need to get a couple of juggernauts. They're going to be or I want a hive soldier too. Hive soldier drone. I'm not seeing any. I may have to kidnap one at some point. Yeah. Really easy source of people to kidnap if you go to any of the hive villages when you have the recruitable prisoners with dialogue mod. Kidnap any of the hivers out of the village, and they will immediately join you upon talking to them, because once you have them at their city, they become no hives. And so they're like, if I don't join you, I'm just... like, I'm going to wander around as a no hive. I need purpose. So you kind of force them to become no hives. Little messed up. But it works. It just works. Todd Howard said it. He said it just works, and he was right. Hello from Argentina. Well, I'm glad to see you here from Argentina. I hope you enjoy your time here. Jun being so full of libraries and lab ruins could mean that it was a place, the place was a home to tech research complex, maybe. Bugmaster is very close. We know he's connected to Catalan and the Second Empire. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's likely that Shun was a very lush region at some point. Very, very fertile region at some point, and now it's just kind of like dunes and stuff. Like I imagine that eventually, over time, if Kenshi continues with the way that it is with water receding and stuff back to the way down it was, I imagine that the rest of the swamp will eventually slowly turning into Shem. Like you can see it kind of bleeding into it. And I think that Shem is what the swamp will end up looking like eventually as the water levels continue to recede. Literally, you kidnap the hivers and give them an existential crisis. Yeah, that's what you do. That's what you do. Stockholm Syndrome is a powerful weapon. Stockholm Syndrome is a powerful weapon. Powerful weapon. Alright, we need to get moving on doing shit. So, the prompts for Zagan? I forgot what the prompts for Zagan are. I'm pretty sure you just have to stare at him. Talk shit to him. Just talk a little bit of shit to him. Zagan's... You buy Zagan. No. You have to give him 10,000 cats. I know that much. I remember that much. You do have to give him 10,000 cats. We're going to go out prowling for rebel farmers to beat up and take back to the base. We're going to save up right now for this residence here. We're going to save up for this building here. Unless there's a smaller one around. We're going to save up for this residence here. We need 12,000 cats. We're going to save up for that one. That's the plan. Save up for that one. These guys are waiting out here to jump us. I don't think they'll be able to take... Yeah, they won't be able to take us. We'll be good. So they're waiting out here to jump us. Come on, big guys. Come get us. Yeah, be stupid. Be stupid. There you go. Metal freak. That's what they said. He repairing? Yeah, he's repairing. Alright, they're over here shit-talking. They're going to start a fight. And then we're going to beat the shit out of them, and it's going to be great. And we're going to beat the shit out of them. Bone freak. Clank. They called him a clanger? Dude, it is pronounced clanker. If you're going to throw a slur, at least use the right one. Okay, burn is a clanker, not a clanger. Stupid. Fool. Fool. Wait for them to make the first move. They just going to sit there and talk shit, or are they actually going to do something? There we go. There we go. Hell yeah. Bop, get bowed. Don't mess with the Don. He spin kicks, man. Look at those jabs. Bop, bop. Give him the old 1-2. The old bop, bop. They don't even know the right slur. They don't even know the right slur. Hey, just got started with Kenshi a month ago, and I'm having a blast. About the extended lore, have there been any Word of God type communications from the dev, or is it all based on in-game sources? It's all based on in-game sources. I have talked to the development team, but not about the lore. I have talked to them before, but not about the lore. Ooh, shit, that is a really good Odachi. I'm going to take that. I'm taking it. Dude. I do like Odachis. I think we're going to give that to Cosmic, actually. He's using a two-hander right now, but I think I would much rather have him use that. Kind of fits the vibe, too, anyway. Yeah, that's nice. That's nice. That's nice. Yeah, these dummies don't even know the slur. They don't even know the proper slur. Clanker. Clanger. What is a clanger? Come on. Any of you guys not have boots on? Infinite Wing Wang doesn't have boots. Give me your shoes. Give me your shoes. You heard me. Give me your shoes. Nah, actually, you can keep your face mask. I don't want it. We will give him that leather armor, though. It's shoddy, but it's better than what he's got. If I can find a better one, then I'll put that on. These boots are good. Oh yeah, we'll shift the boots. Yeah, got caught stealing. I didn't get caught stealing. I'm raiding from the fools that decided to try and rob me in the first place. What the hell happened? Those were good boots. Where did they go? Why are they not standard grade anymore? I'm confused. Caught stealing. Okay. Come on. Give me your coat. There we go. Cool. Blood mask. That's cool. Not what I want, though. I am looking for better leather armor that doesn't affect my crossbow skill, but will, maybe offer some better protection. Standard. Ew. No. Oh, yeah, we probably should take the bandages. I'm still used to all of my dwarf playthrough where we have more healing kits than I know what to do with. I also got to remember that Wing Wang is ranged. I'm still not used to the ranged combat side of things, so because I just don't usually do it. So I got to remember to always have Wing Wang like checking where he is in his locale and all that stuff. New avenue, new territory for me. Ranged combat. How we doing? Anybody take any serious damage? Nah, we're all good. We good. What's Ruka using? Polearm, yeah. I got new polearm animations. I got 10 new polearm animations. Very excited about it. Manhunters, we're going to stay away from those. Who are you? Empire Peasant, we're going to stay over here. Also, not only to have better medkits last longer, they heal you faster as well. Yeah. Yeah, they do. Also, as you increase your first aid skill and you increase your science skill, repair kits and medical kits will last longer. Like in my dwarfs playthrough, King Vashu, the leader of our dwarven faction, is he has like an 80 something in science, and he's been using the same repair kit for like 50 days, 50, 60 days. He loses one charge every time he full heals Kenshi from a knockout. And Kenshi, take a look at how much... He full heals all of Kenji's limbs from a knockout and uses one charge of 300. So, another excuse to boost your science skill. We got to make sure we don't get enslaved. That's the first part, for sure. But also, we got to look around for dead vagrants, for things we can sell, weapons. I'll even take skimmers and stuff. We're just... trying to make some money, trying to make some cash, some cashola. And if we get some meat, we can use that meat as food that we can then use to feed people in the jail so that way they will join our side. Very good stuff. Beat the asses of these guys, these outlaw farmers. I'm actually going to let, I'm going to let Sadneil beat on him. I need to let some of my other guys build up some stats. So like Burn, got to work on his martial arts. Wing Wang, he's got to work on his crossbow skills. So we're gonna let him go as well. Is that a goat? It's a farm goat. They're attacking a poor innocent goat. Unacceptable. Hell yeah, shoot him. Shoot him good. Good stuff. Bad Nail's coming over here to beat up on a downed man, as he should. Just kick him while he's down. Jesus Christ. You see that shit? He rolls, right? And then Sadneil, what is it? He punched him. The dude rolls over, and then Sadneil runs over and does a flying kick to the back of his head. Beautiful stuff, really. Beautiful stuff. Champion move is what that was. Champion move. All right. Oh shit! Actually, what's his perception bonus on this? 6? Oh. Yeah, you know we're gonna come take the Wanderer's straw hat. I think I like it better than the peasant hat anyway. Nice, nice. I'm gonna let Sadneil beat him. Sadneil needs a win sometimes, you know. Sometimes you got to give the man a win. All right, Don, come talk to this goat. I want to see what's up with this goat. Oh, it's just a farm goat. Follow me, bodyguard. Follow only, bodyguard. Follow me, goat. I'm gonna heal him up. I'm gonna heal the goat. I don't have a med kit. We're gonna heal the goat. Nice. I've got a goat following me, apparently. I don't know why, but there he is. We gotta stay relatively close to the town because we're gonna be selling there, so I'm trying to not wander off too far. Plus, we want to be in close proximity in case... Oh, you know what? Actually, here's something we haven't done in a while. I don't think I've done on this playthrough at all. We're gonna mine copper. We'll get Sad Neil and Burn to do it. And we're going to have Kenshi store it. Yeah. Mine a little bit of copper. Good stuff. And then while they're doing that, we'll have the rest of the gang come out here. And participate in confrontation. Where are you guys, bounty hunters? Name-ish, I guess, but not really. A lot of Garu moving. Ah, yes, Kenshi, mining copper. What levels we have sunk, I know, literally. Nope, taking too long. I give up. Off stream, I'll do it, but on stream, I'm trying to avoid doing things that are going to be tedious and not fun to watch. And no one wants to see me mine copper. What we can do, however, is that a dead skimmer? Yes, it is. I need to domesticate a sand skimmer. I've never done that, and I think it would be... incredible to domesticate a sand skimmer. What is our faction going to be named? Oh, our faction's going to be named the Nugget Mafia. I just haven't gotten around to do it yet. Hold on. The Nugget Mafia. Yes. We are the Nugget Mafia. Alright, so we have a little bit of some things we can sell. Our primary goal here is just making money. We want to be able to get our first house so we can start living and you know, all that stuff in the city. And then we can go from there. There you go. Here, talk to you. Show me your wares, good sir. Animal claws, nice. I think I'm gonna sell the Paladin's Cross. I'm not gonna use it right now, and hope by the time it'll have like a purpose, we'll be able to get different weapons anyway, so not a big deal. Animal skin, we'll get that. Sell the horse chopper. I don't plan on using it. Sell these 2 coppers. All right, so that puts us at 9,000 cats. That's a good start. Good start indeed. And then we head out and continue the things. If there are any good slaves to buy, I'm gonna buy people in Kenshi. That's me. I am Dave, the man who buys people in Kenshi. Right, what do we have? Starving Vagrant, Starving Vagrant, Starving Vagrant, Nails. Guy named Nails. No. The only hiver that I want to get right now is I really want a hiver soldier. I don't know why I really want a hiver soldier, but I do really want one. Is it a bone dog? Yeah, free trader's bone dog. That's weird. The free traders got messed up. Western hiver here. Okay, so in my experience, because I have the squad size up so high, a couple of things might happen. Someone's going to accuse the Western hive of doing something, and then they're going to attack them. I don't know why this always happens, but it does. I think what usually ends up happening, because the Western hive will heal people, right? They'll heal random strangers, okay? And so what ends up happening is the Empire peasants or like one of the slaves here get knocked out. And the Western hive goes over and tries to help them. And then the free traders or the guards will attack them for doing so. And the reason why that's badass is because then their little pack beasts here that are filled with goodies get knocked out. And when they get knocked out and they're enemies of the state, I can just run up and loot them. And it's great. It's fantastic. So it's not a matter of if, only of when. Is it happening? Has it already started? No, these are just slaves. But you see the Western hive, they're healing them up. They're healing the rebel farmers, right? And they do that because they want to be nice. But then what ends up happening... Wait for it. They try to chase him down. Come on. Come on. Do it. I really want to see if they're going to attack the Western hive. I've had it happen so many times. And when it does, it's phenomenal because then I can just get free shit off of the Garus. Is it a little cheesy? Sure. 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 But worth it. Very worth it. I am gonna need. I also need money because I'm gonna have so many people too. Like I'm gonna have a lot of units, and I'm gonna need food to feed them. And right now I don't have the money to support that. Western Hive. Okay, so here it is. Slave traders are attacking the Western Hive's pack beast. All right. And so now the Western Hive are going to defend their pack beast. Okay? They're going to run in. They're going to defend the pack beast. Now the Western Hive is fighting the slave traders. Because the Western Hive are fighting the slave traders, they're committing a crime. They now have a bounty. Now the United Cities is going to hop in, and they're going to attack the Western Hive. And so now all their pack beasts are going to get down, and I'm going to be able to loot them, and I'm going to have as much food as I fucking need. Haha! I love the United Cities. I don't actually love the United Cities, but I love playing in the United Cities sometimes because shit like this happens every single time. It's so good. You just gotta wait. You just gotta pick your moment and it'll happen. Alright, so now that's down. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna walk on over here. We're gonna go up to this pack beast. This one's not filled with good shit, but one of them will be. We just gotta find the ones that are carrying all their shit. Look at this. I mean, they're releasing the whole military force on them. Alright, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna come on over to here. Hello, comrades. That's not the right one. We just got to find the pack beasts that have it. My God, there's a lot of them in here. You just got to find the pack beasts. We're not doing it. That's the one. There it is. There it is. All right, and so because of this, we're just gonna take this shit. And are we committing a crime? Yeah, but it's fine. No one's gonna notice. We're just gonna and look at that. We got all the food we need. We got all the healing supplies that we need. You know, it's fine. It's good. These guys are enemies of the state. I can loot them all I want. It's fine. It's no big deal. You didn't see anything. You didn't see shit. It's fine. We're just going to leave. We're going to walk away. Don't worry about it. We can just take their shit. We can just take their shit. It's not a crime. But it's great because no one cares. Yeah, we just like... By the way, can we talk about the overwhelming force that they're sending out on these hivers right now? Like, look at this. Overwhelming force. Cool animations, too. All the animation mods really, really working here. Yeah. And they're just going to beat the shit out of them. Now, here's the other cool thing. These Western Hive drones, they're going to get beat up. They have a small bounty. It's only 500 cats, right? It's not a huge bounty. But what they are going to do is they're going to pick them up and they're going to throw them in jail. And then, now they're in jail with a small bounty. Who's going to swoop in and offer to free them in exchange for their services? This guy. I have so many animation mods. I think each weapon, I shit you not, I think each weapon currently has, like, almost 100 different animations because I have so many animation mods on to alter the weapons. Pole arms, katanas, martial arts has the most, hands down, but, like, there's so many different animations that can play for each weapon type. I have so many. So fights look really, really, like, really good. Really, really good. Yeah, very good, very good. But a lot of them depend on skills, so you'll start out doing similar moves, and then as you get more experienced, you will do more. So we're gonna let them throw some of these hivers in jail, and we're gonna continue to go over and just loot some of these corpses, because you know we don't fucking care. You know, what do we have to lose? You know, we're gonna take those. Oh yeah, that was good. We're gonna take some of those. Oh yeah. It's just, this is so funny. It's one of my favorite things to do because it's. Like, it's just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. I'm going to take all this shit, and you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go sell it. I'm going to go and I'm going to sell it. And I'm not even going to feel bad about it. And then we're going to go recruit some of those hivers because they have a bounty that's only like 19 hours. And, you know, the roleplay excuse for it is that, like, we're breaking them out of prison, you know? They owe us. They owe us. We're breaking them out of prison. You're a no-hive now. You're with us. Welcome. We're gonna sell these books here. Okay, no one cares. It's all stolen, but this is the UC. What do we care? What do we care? Sell those. I can buy better ones. Go to Kenshi. He's got all the food, so we're not gonna do any of that stuff. And boom, look at that. We got 60,000 cats. We are now equipped to finally start moving. We're equipped to finally start doing stuff. So we're going to go get our workforce now. We're going to offer to bail these hivers out of jail, and in exchange, they're going to serve us. And now we have our workforce. Funny how these things happen. The Don was just waiting to pick his moment, that's all. Just waiting to pick his moment. And pick his moment he did. So we just got to find some of these areas where the hivers are being kept. That's an outlaw. That's nails. I don't really care about that. Any of these hivers? These are all peasants. I don't need peasants. I need hivers. Do they just throw them outside? Or are they on the ground still? Starving vagrants. I hope they didn't just toss them outside. That'd be annoying. Mercenary guild. No, they've got to be in here. They've got to be in here. Wherefore art thou, hivers? I know some of them are probably... Like, there's not enough room in the prison. Overcrowding's a real problem. But, we should still be able to locate something. So funny, though. Yeah, I'll just get beat up. Is that my goat? That is my goat. It's fun. Yeah, we just got to figure out where they brought them to. Is there another station right here, or a police station right here, or do they get enslaved? There's a possibility they may have gotten enslaved, in which case I can't grab them, but I would really like to grab them. Yeah, I think some of them may have gotten enslaved, in which case I don't think I'll be able to get them. What are you in the cages? Why are you in a cage? Whoa! They enslaved the samurai conscript. Who did? Manhunters? Oh, I don't think that's going to bode well for them either. I think the UC may end up feeling naughty about that. Feeling not good about that. I don't know. Sometimes in my playthroughs, again, because my population settings are so high, the UC literally devolve into severe infighting, and it just ends up turning into full chaos. Like, every internal UC faction starts trying to kill each other. Shit just goes wild. The manhunters and the slave traders go to war. The UC police is trying to fight all of them because a fight broke out in the middle of the town, and they can't have that because, you know, they're peacekeepers, or they're peacekeepers, and so everybody's just fighting everybody, and it turns in, yeah, it becomes real feudal Japan. All right, so he's carrying this guy. I think they just don't have a place to put them, which sucks because I need them to put them in a cage so that I can go in and recruit them. So if they could please just figure out what the hell they're doing so I can start recruiting these goddamn hivers. And thank you. I don't want to recruit any of these guys. They suck. I want hivers. I want thick, strong hivers that I can turn into my obedient guards. I can have them guard my plantations. There was one hiver at the police station, warrior, second cage from the steps. Hold on, let's see. Yeah, that's Nails. That's Nails. He was just a normal slave that tried to run. I can buy him, actually. I'm looking for the hiver soldier drones, specifically, though. Those caravan drones. I don't know what they're doing with them. 39 viewers strong. Remember to like the stream, everybody. Remember to like the stream. Maybe today is the day that we finally break our all-time record. 79 viewers would break our all-time high. That would be pretty fire. That would be pretty fire. Have we searched this drone yet? This pack beast? No, there's nothing there that we want, though. I gotta figure out what the hell they're doing with these hivers. Maybe they put some of them in the cages out here. Yeah, there they are! Okay, alright. Alright, so some of these guys... Talk to you. We just gotta wait for the option to appear. It should appear eventually. Caravan drone, caravan drone. As long as they don't have a weapon on them, we should eventually be able to talk to them. We are going to take the opportunity to heal them. Oh, no, I don't have a med kit. Kenshi, get over here. Cosmic, you unit, you man, you lad. The goat. Forever the goat. I need to get a goat in-game and also name him Cosmic for the meme. Cosmic is the goat. Thusly, he will become the goat, and I'm gonna raise him to be a super goat. Are they considered slaves now? No, I don't think they're not enslaved. They're just locked up. So maybe if I heal them, it'll work. You just gotta get the option to talk to them. Loot. They don't have weapons on them, so we're supposed to be able to talk to them. Though they might be enslaved. Maybe that's the issue. They're wanted for assault. Yeah, I've recruited these guys before. Maybe it's specifically the caravan drones I'm not able to, because I've recruited the Hive soldiers before. Maybe it's specifically the last time I tried buying their freedom, somehow they ran off. Yeah, I have a mod that makes them less likely to run off, because I find that you'll buy 10 slaves and maybe one will join your faction. And that's always fucking frustrating. So I have a mod that increases the percent chance that they will actually like join your faction. Let's see if I can buy one of these guys. Although in my experience, trying to buy the certain NPC types like caravan drones doesn't always work. I just gotta find the slave master. Is he upstairs maybe? Hello. I've come to your fine establishment for the purposes of buying people. Yeah, he's a slave caravan drone, so he's enslaved. Where's the slave master? Where's he at? I've come to your fine establishment seeking individuals to buy. No, he's nowhere to be found. Guy's running a shitty business here. Shoddy business. Shoddy business. Whatever. Clem, how are you? The Western Hive boss is trying to free them? Question mark. Talk to the Hive caravan boss. Oh no, it didn't let me. Is he part of the Western Hive, or is he a hunter? I don't know what he is. I know there's a lot happening right now. Slaves everywhere. I don't see the slave master, which again, very frustrating. Yeah, they're taking them all. God damn it, the slavers are taking them all. Come on! I'm gonna have a fucking meltdown. I just want some goddamn drones. I'll buy them if I have to. I don't mind. I don't mind. Oh shit, that's a southern hive. Nice. I wish I knew where the slave master was so I could actually buy these guys. He's around here somewhere. He's got to be. He's running a shoddy establishment around here is what he is. That's what he's doing. He has one job. Be there so that way I can purchase people. And you know what? He's not here so I can purchase people. Also, I'm uncomfortable with the fact that there's 2 beds here and then another slave crate, like, right by his bed. That makes me uncomfortable, but, you know, that's to each their own, I suppose. Not my jam, not my vibe, not my bag, but, you know, nah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, well, apparently my totally goated plan, of buying caravan drones is not going to pan out because I can't find the fucking slave master so I can buy them, and all of the drones are getting bought up by like the slave mongers. So my totally awesome plan of recruiting the soldier drones isn't going quite to plan. Maybe this one. Maybe I can help this guy. Is he a slave yet? No, he's not. He's in a recovery coma though. Maybe. Oh, yeah, city heroes are, hate my guts. I forgot that's a thing. Alright, well, maybe if I go out and free some of the slaves, I'll be able to, recruit them. Then they'll be indentured servants. I'll pull a Valaman, is what I'll do. I'll just start freeing slaves to make them my indentured servants. Hey, Hero, what is the best place to learn about the capabilities of the Shift F12 menu? This is not a plug. right? This is 100% not a plug. I need to say this in genuine earnest because I don't think I know of any other channel that does Shift F12 tutorials and content. It's my channel. I say this not as a plug. I say it totally genuinely. My building videos and my building tips and tricks guides, my shorts, as far as I know, are the best option. I don't know anybody else that does it. Because prior to me doing it, I actually, and even when I started, I used to get flamed a lot on Reddit by people who said that I was like I was gonna brick people's games and stuff, by having them mess with the menu and showing people how to do it. I have yet to do that. I have yet to have anybody tell me that I bricked their games. In fact, in 4.5 years of doing it, I have never had an issue with it. You just got to do it safely. But yeah, unironically, not a plug. It's my channel. I haven't seen anybody else do it. If I knew of anybody else that was doing it, I would tell you theirs as well. I don't know of anybody else doing it. As far as I know, it's just me. So, yeah, literally. I don't know why I bother with Reddit sometimes. I don't know why I bother with Reddit. It's a giant cesspool-y echo chamber. I try to avoid it, but it's also, I'm a content creator, so sometimes I have no choice but to hop on there and interact with people. Yeah, the only thing in the Shift F12 I've ever had actually crash the game, the only thing I've ever seen crash it for me was fix stuff and messing with the nav mesh tools. Those are the only two. But I don't really see any reason you need to mess with them. Just don't fucking touch them. If you have an issue that needs fixing, don't fix stuff. Save and reload the game, or import the game. Those are the only things I've ever had issues with. Okay, well, I guess my original plan is kind of kaput. The upside is we have 60,000 cats, so... alright, here's a question for everybody. Do we buy the Y house? Okay, the Y house right here. Do we buy the Y house? Do we buy the residential step house? Or do we go conservative to start our playthrough and we buy either the L house or the long house or the storm house? What are we thinking here? This is our base of operations for our Mafia. For our mob here. The first building we're going to run in. This building will probably end up becoming our restaurant. So that's something to consider. Something to consider. I think I'm going to avoid the step house. Because the collision box in the step house is a bit of a bitch. The collision box is a pain in the ass because it's diagonal. The Y house would give us good opportune for expansion. We could have like the restaurante up front. We could have a section that's cordoned off for production. We could have hydroponics and stuff on the roof. We could even make an up top bar. All of that stuff. So that is all possible. It may be possible. So it is possible to commandeer a settlement using the Shift F12. I've seen a couple people do it. I'm seeing a couple votes for Step House, a couple for Y House. I think my only concern with the Step House is, again, the collision, because it's got that, like, flared out thing. The collision in there is not great. It's really difficult to place certain types of buildings and stuff. So I think I'm leaning either towards the Long House, the Step House, or the Y. L is good for research and medical clinic, and then yeah. I'm thinking we're leaning more towards Y House based on what I'm seeing. Y House? All right, I'm thinking Y House. 28,000 cats, here we go. And just like that, everybody, the Nugget Mafia has a base of operations. Get out of my building, you filthy vagrants, you squatters. All right, here we are. This is our base of operations. Good stuff. Good stuff. All right. Well, we need to... I'm going to save it firstly. Nugget Mafia. Woo. And then Nugget Mafia emergency save. Woo. Okay. All right, so we don't have a lot in terms of what we can build yet because we haven't like built the place up. So we will need to start research and stuff first. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to get a research bench. Now, we have to think about layout here. This is going to be our base of operations and probably one of our first restaurants. So we're going to want to do research in the back. I'm thinking we do research privately back here under the stairs. We end up turning it into its own room. And we do research back here. So the storefront is going to be, we're going to have like a bar, like probably right up through like here, right? Where a stop counter where they can buy stuff. And then I'm thinking or even like right here, right? Like a diagonal bar. We do food production over here. We have benches and stuff like here to sit. But this back wall, this section back here is cordoned off. But we have benches and tables and chairs and stuff. And then we also have, we're going to eventually set up hydroponics and stuff like that over here. I do have a compact research bench mod that allows me to not have the giant ones that take up a shit ton of space. So that is not something I'm super concerned about in the immediate. And I think we're going to have, I think Sad Neil is going to be our researcher. He strikes me as the kind of guy who's down for research. I think our skeletons are going to be our researchers. He just strikes me as an intelligent guy. He's an intelligent guy, and he's going to be our research. Okay, we've got a plan. So the next thing we need to do is we need to go get building materials, and I'm pretty sure there are some building materials on this corpse. Yeah, look at that. The Western Hive, the gift that keeps on giving. And the cool part is that because the Western Hive just had this giant fight with the United Cities, now those caravans that they'll continuously spawn, they'll continuously go to cities. Every city I go into, there's going to be there's going to be skirmishes between the Western Hive and the United Cities. Every single city I go into. And it's going to be absolutely goated because I can just go in and like loot the pack bulls if I need to. It's gonna be fire. So I don't have to worry about my guys staying fed anymore. It's gonna be cool. I am gonna research Hiver armor too, because I think I'm gonna outfit my Hivers in unique armor. I'm gonna really like make them like jacked. I want to use the Hivers, I think, as the guards for our operation, because my thought process is that I'm gonna have Hiver drones mining the fields, working the fields. And I'm going to have Hiver soldiers guarding the fields because that's what they do already. That's what they're for. They're easily controllable, easily put to work. And I've got the perfect location for a base. I think I'm going to put the base right over here in this alcove right here. I'm going to make a plantation right here in this alcove over by the spine here. It's going to be good. And that puts me in a good position to run to multiple locations where I'm kind of in a decent spot. And the fertility here is not bad. The fertility here is not bad at all. So we should be able to grow stuff pretty well there. It'll work out well. We're going to need build materials. Is there anybody left here that I can loot, or do they take them all? Yeah, they look like they took them all, bastards. Bastards, I just wanted some hive workers, but no. Can't get anything I want. It's fine. General storage. I have to wait till morning so I can get more build materials. In the interim, does anybody else have build materials on them? I don't know who has what right now. No. Nope, just Sad Nail. Alright, well, we're going to have to get this moving. The Nugget Mafia is up and running, though. We're starting to make moves. Be good. The upside, too, is... Oh, look, see, what is this? Caravan guards committing a crime. The drifters? What? There's another giant fucking fight happening. The drifters are now at war with the United Cities. And I don't know why. I'm not even involved in this. But do you know what that means? I think you do. It means more shit to raid. Hello, I'm not doing anything wrong. These are pack beasts that, you know, they belong to criminals. It's so funny. I wonder what they did. Izzy, how you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome, comrade. I wonder what they did. I wonder why the drifters are being raided right now. Oh, these are the garden traders. What? That's wild. The garden trader picked a fight. I wonder what they did. Another Western High. Oh, that was one that got up. Yeah, it's so funny that like the only in Kenshi specifically. Again, this is a problem that I don't have in any other faction. I don't have this issue when I'm in the Holy Nation. I don't have this issue when I'm in the Czech Kingdom. I only have this issue in the United Cities, where the UC just ends up systematically attacking everyone for no fucking reason. They go to war with every faction. It's crazy. It's crazy, and it's super funny because. Like, it's kind of accurate. Now they're at war with the mercenaries. Now the UC's fighting the mercenaries. So now they're fighting drifters, the Western Hive, and mercenaries. They're just fighting everybody. They're just fighting everybody. Fuck every person. They're just fighting everybody. So funny. So funny. How's this Hyper doing? I'm waiting for this guy to finish healing so I can try and recruit him. I guess. Yeah. There's still no good recruits up here, although I think that mercenary is going to get put up here in a minute, so. He has a bounty. What's the bounty? 500 cats. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to pick this guy up because he's got a bounty, and I think I'm going to attempt to turn him. No, actually, I'm gonna wait because I don't know where the police officer is, and I don't want to risk getting bounty for picking him up. And now the mercenaries are going to jail too. That's so funny, man. It's just. There's a reason that the Nuggets are set up here. It's because everyone else is getting so much crime. Like the UC's cracking down on everyone else that the Nuggets, they fly under the radar, is what it is. All right, so I'm gonna come back up here. I need Don Tony McChicken to get up here and work his magic. He's a persuasive man. Where is... I had Sadnil over here? Yeah, all right, so Don, get over here. Another question. My understanding is that all skeletons were created during the First Empire, and the ability to create more was lost. Any theories on why the Second Empire wasn't able to make new ones? Yeah. I do have a theory on that. So when you look at the technology that was used during the Second Empire by the skeletons, it is very clear that they are incapable of innovation. They cannot create technology that they do not have in front of them. They can only repurpose, repair, and salvage technology that they have, right? So during the we know that during the First Empire, they either ran out of resources or production stopped due to the first extinction, right? The genocide that was the first extinction, or the attempt at the genocide that was the first extinction, and the floodlands stopped working. During the Second Empire, the floodlands, the area, the technology that created skeletons, it was located in an area that was completely submerged in water. And when you look at the technology and the infrastructure and all of that stuff that the Second Empire was using, they never created anything new. And when they did, it was usually the result of human intervention. The skeletons of the Second Empire show that skeletons are incapable of imagination and they're incapable of ingenuity. They can only repair technology that's in front of them and repurpose it. So they used a lot of the infrastructure from the First Empire that was left to build the Second Empire. But any technology they couldn't get their hands on, any tech that didn't survive the First Empire's fall, they never remade it. They didn't remake it. That's why they didn't remake eye satellites. That's why they didn't remake any of the high advanced weaponry and stuff like that. That's why they didn't do any of that stuff. They need the technology in front of them. They can repair and repurpose and scrap and salvage, but they cannot create anything new, and they cannot use technology that they themselves do not understand. And the only source of the technology that was available that would have allowed them to maybe possibly create new skeletons was underwater. It was underwater, completely submerged. So that technology was lost to them. They didn't have it anymore. It was gone. So they were, the whole facilities, the megalith. Otherwise, you would have seen megalithic structures during the course of the Second Empire. They would have built up a space age civilization. The sheer fact that they didn't rebuild the First Empire in terms of technological prowess and advancement is enough to indicate that they are incapable of doing anything other than repurposing, salvaging, and reusing. And that's why a good example that I have for proving that is that in the Second Empire, in the Ashlands, you have the Ashland domes, right? Those big domes that Catlon uses and like General Zhang is in, and all of his high-ranking officers are located in the Ashlands. And those were clearly drop pods, right? They were orbital drop pods that came in during the First Empire, dropping in supplies, people, who knows what, but they were drop pods. Very clearly that's what they were. And they're incredibly useful, but you only see them in the Ashlands and in Sonaris Dark. And they make incredibly like good sources of as a base. They make incredibly good like bases of operations, places of storing. It's so good that Catlon, his generals, and like all of his top, head of agriculture, the head of the police, and all that stuff, Hat 12, General Zhang, they still use them. Now, why would they not recreate those buildings in other places to use them in other places if they were capable of creating and engineering things on their own instead of repurposing, what they had? They can't. They can only repurpose what's there. That's why in the Ashlands, they use Ashlands domes that were, again, they were clearly drop pods, but they don't use them anywhere else because they aren't located anywhere. They didn't rebuild them. They repurposed them. The sheer fact that they use a lot of the ancient citadels in they used one of the ancient citadels from the First Empire, because all those big citadel buildings, like the one that Tengu uses, like his capital, his palace, those ancient citadels, those are First Empire buildings that are being repurposed. They were built in the First Empire. That's old infrastructure. But then they made one of those First Empire buildings their main base of enthrallment during the Second Empire when they had Ponk and what's his name? Ponk and Screamer enthralling people for Catlon in Venge. They don't create. They only repurpose and repurpose, salvage, and reuse. They don't invent. Any of the inventions that have happened since the fall of the First Empire to now, a skeleton didn't do it. It was a human that did it, or a Hiver, or a Shek. They don't invent. They lack imagination. They have conscience. They have a consciousness, but they lack imagination because they're still based in data. So like they're incapable of imagining or creating things. Think of it like here's a good example. Think of the skeletons like generative AI. Generative AI scours the internet to create like something that's an amalgamation of various references or thoughts, right? And during the course of the First Empire, maybe they had access to a mainframe and they were able to, use innovation, but they're not creating anything new. And now the First Empire has fallen. They have no mainframe to search. They're AI. They're generative AI without the use of the internet to be able to create anything new. They can only generate what they already understand, the things they've already researched, the things they already have an understanding of. So, like, they use technology, they use infrastructure, they use things like that they already have an understanding of, but they cannot create anything new. That's why, in my theory about the Hybers, my thought is that the geneticist for the one that engineered the Shek, that engineered the Hybers, it couldn't have been a skeleton, right? They don't they can't do anything that they don't understand. They can't do that level of tech. It must have been somebody else, which is why I think it was the Bugmaster. I think the Bugmaster was the lead geneticist. I think he was doing it at Catlon's behest, but I think the geneticist himself was the Bugmaster. It just makes more sense because the skeletons cannot create. They can only repurpose. They can only reuse. There's no evidence that they can do anything other than that. They repurpose infrastructure. They repurpose technology. And so if that technology is either A, not understood by them, or it is not accessible to them, because it's underwater, they wouldn't be able to make new skeletons. It's just not something they'd be able to do. But they would understand the process of enthralling skeletons because that's simply an understanding of their own basic, like their own like biology, basically their own basic makeup. So that's my thought on it. Yeah, humanity. For humanity to technologically advance, they need to develop a cultural and social values to allow the existence of human scholars and research. Yeah, and that's why the tech hunters have kind of a monopoly on highly advanced tech, because they're the only group that is actively going out and hunting it. And that's why you see tech hunters, they all have ridiculously high stats. A, because they go to dangerous places, but they also have the most advanced equipment. And it's because they understand it. It's required for them to understand it. Skeletons cannot understand anything that they don't have, because much like our own like generative AI in real life, skeletons are incapable of creating. They can only reference and they can only reference things and create amalgamations based on the things that they're able to reference and understand. And now that they are independent operating systems and they don't have access to a mainframe or a hive mind of sorts, with like a database full of references, they can't create shit. They can't create anything. They can only reconfigure. That's the exact, yeah, that's the wording. They can only reconfigure. They cannot create, because they lack the understanding or the ability to do so. They can only reconfigure. That's it. Tech hunters are the discount Brotherhood of Steel. Bingo. Bingo. Except they're far more independent. The Brotherhood of Steel does it for, like, oh my god, dude, it's so funny watching the United Cities just batter these mercenaries now. They're going after everybody. Pretty soon, they're going to basically kill everyone other than the United Cities. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. I do wonder, a hypothetical scenario, how funny would it be if the Traders Guild accidentally went to war with the United Cities in this playthrough? I would unironically piss myself. That's so funny. If the Traders Guild and the UC ended up going to war. So funny. All right, let's pop on in here. These mercenaries, as soon as they step foot outside, they're going down, man. They're gonna go down. It's bad. All right, there's a couple of drifters here that I can recruit, but none of them are particularly stunning, except this guy right here, because he's a juggernaut. But I don't. I don't have. He's not recruitable, which is unfortunate. Yeah, there's no particularly good recruits here. Most unfortunate. Most unfortunate. Guys, we're up to 46, 47 viewers in the stream. Do remember to like the stream. We're going for our all-time goal today, guys. All-time goal. 79 people would be the all-time high that we've ever had in stream. It'd be crazy. Crazy stuff. Crazy, crazy stuff. Caravan guard wanted for assault. Oh my god, this guy's wanted. So you know what we're going to do? I'm going to pick him up. I'm going to go turn him into the police. Because Don Tony McChicken, he's a good Samaritan. Alright, he's a good Samaritan. Don Tony McChicken cares about, he cares about the law. Mr. Lawman. Don Tony McChicken cares about the law. There you go, Mr. Lawman. It's so funny, man. That also explains why the Second Empire utterly failed. Catalan was destined to fail because it's in his nature to be stagnant and incapable of evolving and adapting, unlike humans. And so that, in addition to the fact that he was going to inevitably go insane because he's incapable of purging his emotions. So, like, skeletons cannot rule is a byproduct of the way that they function. They have to reset. They have to lose their emotions, their skills, and their personality. And I don't know about you, but if you had spent several hundred or thousands of years building up your skills as a leader, as a warrior, as an effective like individual, and then you were told, hey, you have to give that up. You have to become basically an infant, an invalid, who's incapable of fighting, who's incapable of ruling the empire that you built, and then you have to sit by and watch somebody else take over that empire in your stead because you're incapable of doing it now. I could see why they would want to hold off on doing that. I could see why they wouldn't want to do that. And I could see why they may covet that power and refuse to reset and eventually go insane and paranoid under the pretense that someone's coming for their job. Because they kind of are, you know? It's not the thing. The other thing too is like I use the word memory, but like that's probably not the right word. It's not necessarily their memory, like their storage capacity. They have a long storage capacity. They have enough storage capacity where they've managed to retain their memories for thousands, if not tens of thousands of years. The issue is their processing capability. The memory bloats their RAM, and they lose. They start to, like, it's because their emotions build up inside their system, and it doesn't get exported out. So that data sits, and so they're constantly processing emotions, and those emotions will build and build and build and build and build and build and build. And eventually, their system is spending so much goddamn time trying to process emotions that it can't process anything else, and things start breaking and things start falling apart. It's like having 50,000 tabs open. It's like running 50,000 background processes all at the same time while you're trying to do, imagine trying to play Kenshi. Well, I have 150 tabs open in the back, and I'm running 2 other games. And like, eventually they can't process. Their processing speed gets bogged down, and they start to bug and glitch out, and they have rises in temperatures, and their CPUs literally burn out. Thermal paste goes to shit. And then, you end up with madness, obsessive compulsive thoughts. You end up with paranoia, all of that stuff. But the downside is that because they're conscious, because they have memories and thoughts and feelings and emotions, they're constantly having to choose between that exact process happening and essentially giving up the things that make them an individual, that make them their own person. It's a very sad existence. I feel bad. I feel bad for the skeletons, but I don't. They 100% have earned and deserve everything that has happened to them. I feel bad for them because the nature of their existence is horrifying and sad. I do not, however, feel bad for them for for any other reason. Like, that's the only reason that I feel bad for them, because their existence is sad, but they've also doomed humanity repeatedly. So they're the reason that Kenshi's in the state that it's in. It's all their fault. It's all their fault. All their fault. Yeah, we're gonna put this here for right now until, at least till later, when I can get the compact ones under there. It'll allow me to build better. We're gonna start putting together the base. So what I need to do is I'm gonna take Sadneil. Yeah, I'm gonna take Sadneil here, and I'm gonna go find. Gotta be a place that sells books, right? Those books. I love all the mercenaries in cages now. It's so funny. All the mercenaries in cages now. Awful. Awful. Yeah, I mean, skeletons were not meant to be leaders. They weren't designed to be leaders. Because the thing is when you look at the way their system works with the patching and all that stuff, what the hell is happening in here? Okay, so now the bounty hunters are getting attacked. We'll deal with whatever's happening here in a minute, because now I'm on a tangent. So when you look at the way that the skeletons operate, they were clearly not designed to lead, firstly. And with the way that the resets function, I don't imagine that their creators intended for the resets to be an emotional thing. The resets were designed for job changes. So say I have a skeleton and their whole job is mining copper, right? I'm the First Empire. I just created a skeleton and their whole job is mining copper. And they do that for 5-6 years, and then all of a sudden we have an area that needs people that can drill oil. I upload into this skeleton that's mining copper, I upload all of the skills necessary. I do a patch, and I upload all the skills necessary to let them mine copper. And they do that for a while, and then I need someone to drill oil instead. And we have a shortage of skeletons, so I'm gonna take that skeleton that's mining copper, and I'm gonna reset them, and I'm going to patch out the old data, the old skills, the old stats, and all that bloat, and I'm going to instead input the stats and the skills necessary and the personality necessary to mine oil. And they're gonna go do that for a while. It's a convenience thing. They're literally built like tools to do a job. It's the equivalent of if your toaster woke up one day and suddenly had thoughts and feelings and emotions. It's like the equivalent of your PC waking up and having thoughts and feelings and emotions. But you're going to end up patching things out. You're going to end up building new models. You're going to end up clearing bloat and old data and stuff like that, I don't actually know a ton about the UC Heroes. I'm sure there is some information on them. I know that they have a base to the north, but I haven't dug into them too much. Maybe I'll do a deep dive on them at some point, or at least talk about them. I'm currently working on a video talking about all of the unique recruits on Kenshi, and I'm also working on another lore video about my theory that the first Phoenix, the original Phoenix, the one that liberated the holy nation from the or the cult of Stobe at the time that liberated them from the Second Empire was a skeleton. So, I think he was a skeleton, but we're working on that. Shop guard. So he's 6,000 cats. I'm wondering if I buy him, if I'll actually get him, because sometimes, depending on who they are, sometimes I'll buy somebody and then I won't actually be able to like they won't join my squad, which is always annoying. Worst case, starving vagrant. Yes, starving vagrant. Yes, I really want to get these hivers. Okay, so I just bought them. I spent the money, and I don't think any of them joined my squad, which is fucking annoying. Yeah, see, that happens sometimes. That's why I tend to use the recruitable prisoners with dialogue rather than buying slaves like that, because sometimes it just doesn't fucking work. Anyway, I have no idea what the hell's happening in here. It's utter Armageddon. The United Cities are just attacking everybody. Crimes are being committed. People are... I have no fucking idea what's going on. This is nuts. Kangaroo court up in here. Who are these guys? Manhunters? So now the UC is fighting the mercenaries, the manhunters, the drifters, the Western Hive, and the mercenaries. Like this, and the bounty hunters. I mean, this is Kangaroo court. Absolutely nuts. You guys are seeing the collapse of the United Cities live on stream. What the fuck is happening? I will say, thank God that I, praise the sun that I downloaded those performance mods when I did, because this would be kind of a bitch on stream right now if I didn't. Kind of a bitch. Are you sure you're not selling hash and bath salts? I haven't sold anything yet. I haven't done anything. Slaves do follow like mercenaries, and after time they will join you, but I have a mod that makes it so when you buy them, they automatically join your squad, because I was sick and tired of them running off on me. I don't like wasting money. Not a thing for me. I don't like wasting money in real life, and I don't like wasting cats. This happens not because of Reactive World, actually. This happens because I have my squad size set to... where is it? I have my squad multiplier set to 2.25, so there's just so many NPCs around that somebody somewhere will do something to piss somebody off in cities like this. And in the United Cities, where there's so many different factions, it's a byproduct of the fact that there's so many different factions in the United Cities. I mean, I'm not complaining, it's working out well for us, but, yep, things are happening. Western Hive, guess what? They're gonna get beat up here soon, because, bad things happen to the Western Hive. I would like to buy as many of your books as I can, please. Thank you. Yes, there we go. And over to my L house. Where are you at? There you are. Get up in here. Get all up in this L house. Start dropping these books off, and then I'm gonna have Sad Neil start researching. Alright, Sad Neil, you're on research duty. Hop 2. Alright, let's get this moving. Public sales, we need that. Item storage, need that. Gear storage, need that. We need... What do we need for racked? Small houses, so we're going to need small houses. We're going to need the racked tech bench. That's going to be important. Tech level 2, going to need that. Indoor lighting, we'll take some of that. Wind generator, fuel generator. Although I'm using the town's generators right now, so actually I think I'm going to pass on those for right now, because we're using the town's power. Cooking, baking, gonna need some of those. What do we have? Do you like the 2.25 multiplier? Do you change the population multiplier? I usually play with global population multiplier of 2, but keep the squads at 1.25. I find that having the population increase, the squad multiplier increased, but the normal population, like the number of squads, like down to like 1.75, prevents crashing. I find that if you have the, thank you for the super chat. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm glad you're enjoying the content. Truly, thank you so much. Wow, we're having a great crowd tonight, guys. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I find that having the if I increase the squad size but decrease the number of squads, it allows me to have great epic battles without the bloat or the decrease in performance from having too many squads. So I get to have the epic fights, but I don't get the decrease in my performance. No. Training, we're gonna need lockpick training for sure, simple dummies for sure, gym equipment for sure. Iron plates, need some of those. Store boxes, ores, farming, storage boxes, yeah, all that good stuff. And I think that's enough for right now. What are these? Hammocks? No. Interior stuff. This is all interior decorative stuff. Okay, well, Sad Neil, get to work. Sad Neil, I'm going to put you on your own squad now because you're going to be the stout squad for now. So Sad Neil's in his own squad. He's over here. He's researching away. This is what he does. Just researching away. Researching away. I'm glad that everybody's enjoying the stream. I am, truly. It always makes me happy when people enjoy, not just the content, but like enjoy what I do, you know? I try to put a lot of thought and work in what I do, and it's this last like 3 weeks, I've seen such a tremendous increase in not just support from the community in general, but like, I mean, everything. I'm like, in full transparency, my views this last month have gone through the roof. I went from getting 50,000 views a month to 250,000 views a month. I went from getting 150, 200 subs a month to right now I'm trending for 2,600 subs this month. Like, I don't know what happened. I think it might be a combination of the streams and the posting clips from my streams, but like things have just really exploded. And I've been so grateful for it because my end goal is to do Kenshi as my career. I'd like to do content and YouTube and Kenshi content as my career, and like be able to do YouTube full time. And I'm really feeling like by the end of this year at the latest, I may actually be able to do that. And it's thanks to all of the support that I have from you guys. So thank you so much. I really appreciate it. What's the end goal of the Nugget Mafia? We're going to become a drug empire, selling hashish on the down low throughout the course of the United Cities and other places. And we're also going to front our drug empire with a legitimate business to clean our money, right? Because that's important. You got to launder that money. And so we're also going to be running a restaurateur business, right? We're going to be restaurateurs. And so we're going to be running a restaurant as a front, and we're going to be doing hashish as in the back end. Just found your channel, by the way. I got super sick during Christmas. I'm still sick. I started the Kenshi playthrough when I got sick and I needed something to listen to. Well, I'm glad that you enjoy listening to, I'm glad that you enjoy listening to me. I sincerely appreciate it. All right, so we're gonna head over towards the capital now. I think I wanna put down roots in the capital a little bit. Not necessarily like when I say put down roots, I don't mean buy a building there yet. I just mean like we're going to travel to the capital, get it on the map, get ourselves affiliated with the area. We also got to build up some more stats too, because we have Sad Neil back here researching, which is cool, and I'm actually going to make our... Yeah, okay. There we are. I plowed through your videos. It started with me seeing a short about the water levels changing through the ages. Recommended to me. Your content has caught so many people's eyes. Will you explain everything so thoroughly, and the effort that you put in your research? Your lore videos are the best I've seen. Thank you so much. I try to approach all of my lore from a realist. I feel like the problem that I see with a lot of, not just Kenshi, this is lore YouTubers in general. is that when they talk about the lore, many of them, the ones that struggle to like push forward in the algorithm, they try to rely on the rule of cool. And this isn't just lore either. I've seen this happen with like even something simple. Like, I'll give you an example. Many years ago, during the run of Dragon Ball Super, because I'm a nerd. During the run of Dragon Ball Super, I remember episode after episode coming out during the Zamasu arc specifically. I remember looking at people's speculations based on like clips and like pictures and stuff like that, and everyone was coming up with these wild, convoluted ideas and theories about what was going to happen, and they were cool, but they weren't Toriyama. They weren't realistic for what we had already gotten. They didn't fit themes of what we had already gotten. And lore YouTubers tend to do the same thing sometimes, where they will try to isolate the rule of cool and follow the rule of cool rather than what makes sense in the universe. And they try to they try to create a story in their head and then find evidence to fit the story instead of making a story that fits the evidence. And a big part of that is understanding the origin, because everything is inherently has an origin in something else, in media, in other TV shows and books and games, all of that stuff. And once you understand what the origin point for a piece of media is, it becomes a lot easier to understand what the world was built around. So Kenshi, for instance, has a lot of real-world science and environmental storytelling. And that environmental storytelling is really reminiscent of early Bethesda titles, things like Fallout 3, things like Morrowind. So in terms of environmental storytelling, where like the literal map, the environment on the map is telling a story. That's you know, it's all based in real world science. They use real world science and stuff for environmental storytelling, but they also pick from other parts of media. They pick from things like Mad Max. They pick from things like Fallout New Vegas. There's a lot of Fallout New Vegas in Kenshi. There's a lot of Mad Max in Kenshi. There is a lot of old samurai movies and stuff like that in Kenshi. There's also a lot of real world history in Kenshi. The Shet Kingdom is a combination of the Turks and the Vikings. The Holy Nation is a combination of like Middle Eastern and European, like medieval European and Middle Eastern history. The United Cities is a mirror of feudal Japan. The Second Empire is a mirror of the Roman Empire and the fall of Rome. There's so many references, and once you can start to piece together what those references are and you understand the thought process behind them, you can construct your theory to fit the evidence in front of you. But a big part of it is having an understanding of like what is a reference and what is going to be science-based, you know, and asking the important questions of why. Why is the gut blue? Why is the gut blue? Why is the gut blue, and why are the trees made of iron? Well, it turns out there's a real-world scientific process where waterlogged, iron-rich soil will cause the soil in real life to turn gray-blue. It's called glaying, right? And then you take that same principle that explains why there's so much iron and the soil is blue in the gut, and you look at the Cannibal Plains, an area that's right by a source of manufacturing that was flooded, and the whole place is fucking blue. And now it's filled with people that have symptoms that are really reminiscent to metal poisoning and toxicology, the toxic ingestion of crops and heavy metal poisoning and just environmental factors. And then you take that same thing and you say, oh, well, there's cannibals up here, and then there's degraded people that are not cannibals that are down here, and all of a sudden you have a story about a class system where there was some reason that some people devolved to cannibalism and other people also degraded mentally but didn't devolve to cannibalism. And so you look at you look at the stomachs of the cannibals, and you start to see the symbol of the Ochre Knight symbol painted on the stomachs of the females on the cannibals. And you remember that the cannibals came up during the Second Empire. Well, what else was during the Second Empire? The cult of Stobe, the cult that would later become the Holy Nation. So then you realize that the people up here that were part of the cult ended up succumbing to religious fervor in conjunction with heavy metal poisoning, causing a degeneration, and they started ritualistically eating people. And then the people that were not part of the cult ended up becoming the Shrieking Bandits, and their culture evolved from running away and screaming and hiding and being nomadic in lifestyle because they can't settle down anywhere because of the cannibals, and that turned into a culture all its own, and they became the Shrieking Bandits. Like, it's everything is sequential. It's all in an order of operations, and it all makes sense as long as you look at it from a concept, like a perspective of science and a perspective of what are the references. How did this start? What are the references? Do the references make sense? And is there evidence to support that's the reference? Always make a theory that is supported by the evidence in front of you. Don't try to twist the evidence to support your theory. And that's the way that I look at everything on Kenshi. And am I right? Maybe. Maybe not. I'm sure that there's many things that I'm absolutely fucking wrong about. But with the information we have in front of us, everything makes sense. And the theory makes sense based on the evidence in front of us. And until I'm given other evidence, until the retcons happen, until Kenshi 2 comes out, everything makes sense. And maybe it won't later, and I'm okay with admitting that. And I'm okay with making new content, saying, hey guys, this old stuff is outdated. This is the new canon. This is the stuff that makes more sense now, based on everything we have. But, you know, it's a process of being realistic, of being logical, of making sure that your theories fit the evidence and not the other way around, and also understanding the references and being as inquisitive and researching and asking the why. Why are things happening? Why are things working the way that they do? All of those things are incredibly important, and those are what make like a lore video compelling. And I think in my opinion, and I've seen it thus far, I think that it's that process that has made it so a lot of people like resonate with my content, especially recently, because I've been putting in a lot more time, a lot more energy, a lot more effort to thoroughly explain. You know, in a lot of my earlier videos, I didn't cite my sources as well as I could have. I would talk about them and I would say what my sources were. Like, I'd be like, in-game dialogue says this, but maybe I didn't show it on screen. Maybe I didn't show the evidence. Or I'd say, you know, we knew this happened because the water levels were here, but maybe I wouldn't walk you through the individual process of the map and showing you why the water must have come from the swamp and not from the floodlands. Or showed you, you know, I would have talked about how Stobe's garden was the Garden of Eden in this allegory, but I wouldn't have given the example or walked you through the whole story. And it worked out well in the sense that people liked the theories, but it wasn't compelling enough that people were tuning in so fervently and believing the theories and making that their canon, right? Because it's not about whether it's right or wrong. It's about whether or not you believe it and you want to make it your canon, because that's what Kenshi is. It's all speculative, right? But in recent months, I've been trying really hard in a lot of my recent content to like show my work better and really explain why this theory is compelling and what backs it up. And I think that's been resonating a lot better with people, which is really cool to see. Really cool to see. So that's my long-winded way of saying thank you. And I'm glad that everyone's enjoying the content, and I'm glad that it seems like more people are getting exposed to it and getting exposed to Kenshi as a result. And I'm also happy that due to the position that I'm in right now, I can share that wealth with some of the other creators that I'm friends with that have, you know, can use that boost, that can use that bump in their sub count, that can use that bump in exposure. People that put in the work, that have been putting in the work for years but haven't gotten pushed by the algorithm enough. People like Frankie, people like Pato, people like Muffin, you know, the people that have great content and great ideas and they have great talent and they just need people to see it. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. Like I said, I'm on my way to where I think by the end of the year at the latest, I think that this is just going to be what I do. I'm going to be streaming 5 days a week, maybe 6 sometimes, and I'm going to be putting out content like crazy, and I'm going to have higher production values, and I'm so excited about it. I'm so excited. I'm excited to share it with people, and I'm excited that people are willing to listen and that they are happy to hear it, you know? that they take what I have to say so seriously, and that they appreciate what it is, and not even just appreciate that they, you know, just all of it. I appreciate all of it. I appreciate every one of you guys. I appreciate every one of you guys. No. I'm definitely super excited about seeing you revisit some of your old theories and if you change your mind on them when we get to Kenshi 2. Dude, I'm so excited about it. Like, some people, I've had a couple people tell me before, like, what are you going to do if Kenshi 2 proves your Hyber theory wrong? You know what I'm going to do? I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to the video on YouTube, my old Hyber theory, okay? The first ever solo lore video that I ever did, because my first 2 lore videos I did with help. I had help from a user on Reddit by the name of Just Joeying. Fantastic guy, great theorist, fantastic guy. So the Hyber video, my Hyber theory, is the first ever theory that I crafted by myself for Kenshi. And if it turns out that I'm wrong, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go to that video. I'm going to slap an outdated on it, and I'm going to make a new one. I'm going to make a new video explaining the history of the Hybers, the origin of the Hybers. I'm okay with being wrong. I'm okay with my theories not being correct, and I'm okay with having to go back and correct them, because if my theories are wrong, it just means I have more content to make for you guys. That's all. Like, it's no skin off my nose if my theory is wrong. I'm okay with it. I'm more than happy for it. If anything, it's better that way, because then I have more shit to talk about. And if I'm right, I'll probably make a video being like, hey guys, confirmed. This is it. We figured it out. I was right. Thank you. We're happy. Move on. You know, we have the canon. Turns out this was correct. But, like, worst case scenario, I make a new video and I slap an old, outdated on the other one. Hey, this is no longer valid content. This is no longer correct content. The canon has changed, or the information has been updated. But at the time of recording the original one, everything that I had pointed to this. But now we have new information and things have changed. And that's okay. Happy to do it. No shame in being wrong. There's no shame in being wrong. Oh, Sand Ninja. We're being attacked by Sand Ninja. Yeah, no shame in being wrong. It's okay. It's not a faux pas on you as a person to be wrong. Not a faux pas. Not a poor reflection of you as an individual, and it's certainly not a crime to be wrong. So. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe I'm right. Maybe I'm not. But I'm excited to find out. We are currently up to 55 people in the stream, guys. We're making good progress. We might just possibly beat our all-time high. All-time high being 78 people was our all-time high. So if we hit 79, this would be the most concurrent viewers we've ever had on stream at one given time. It'd be really cool. That's right. It is not a faux pas to be wrong. It is an opportunity to learn. That's all. Opportunity to learn. And I've got a lot of really cool stuff coming, too. A lot of new content coming that I'm excited about. I'm going to be doing Kenshi anthologies soon. I'm going to be making machinima in Kenshi. I have voice actors lined up. I have a lot of stuff happening that I'm really, really excited about, that I'm really stoked to share with you guys. I played the test footage earlier, but unfortunately it caused my entire fucking stream to freak out for some reason. So I can't show you guys that right now. But otherwise I would. But in short, I have a lot of good stuff going on. And I'm excited to put it out. I'm working with a lot of other creators. I've got voice actors ready to do like anthology machinimas where each episode covers like a different story, a different group of people in the face of Kenshi. You know, living their lives. Maybe a group of tech hunters one week, maybe a group of peasants the next, maybe a shopkeeper or an armor smith the next, maybe a paladin for the Holy Nation the next. But we're working on it. We've got some big stuff planned. Got some big stuff in the works. All right, well, we're here, but we have no money. We have some stuff to sell, which is good because I need to go to a bar and I need to recruit some people, but I need to get some fucking need to rest. I got beat up. So the Western Hive control the old skeleton factories, right? Like, how likely is it they crack the skeleton-styled automata in the future? I guess you might have to rephrase your question. I'm not quite sure what you mean. Because, like, they have reverse engineered skeleton parts and, like, created, you know, rudimentary, cybernetics and stuff like that. But, I wouldn't say they have the old skeleton part facilities, like, on lock. Like, they all that stuff. I will say that they are rapidly evolving, seemingly faster than any of the other factions on Kenshi when you compare them comparably. But I guess I just need a little bit more information on what you mean. Just a wee bit more information. I should be able to rest up with that. Any recruits in here? Still, God damn it! How hard is it to get one soldier drone? That's all I want. That's all I've ever wanted was a hive soldier drone. That's all I've ever wanted. I just can't seem to fucking recruit one. Ridiculous. All right, who's wounded? We need to get a skeleton repair kit first. All right, Don and Ruka, heal them up. All right, so healing up dear old Don. Dear old Donny boy. Donny boy, the pipes, the pipes. We're gonna send not Burn because he's in rough shape. You know, I could probably get one of those shitty antique skeleton repair kits from the robotics workshop over here. It's not great, but I should have grabbed. I should have kept those when I had them. I sold them earlier because I took them off the Western Hive Caravan, but I sold them. All right, I'll take one and use it to repair repair myself. Yeah, all right. Repair yourself. Physician, treat yourself. The limbs, yeah, they have shitty Hiver limbs that they reverse engineered. Could the first modern age Hiver skeleton appear within the next couple hundred years? I mean, maybe. The Hivers seemingly were modeled after skeletons or the early versions of skeletons, but then they were engineered to be organic skeletons in the sense that they look a lot like skeletons. They act a lot like skeletons, especially if you look at like the idea that they might have been like a hive mind. They may have been, like the skeletons during the First Empire may have had like a hive mind, like a universal server that they were all connected to for patching and for receiving orders and all that stuff. And then after the Empire fell, they were cut off. And the hivers function with pheromones that function a lot like a server would for the skeletons. They look a lot like skeletons. Like their actual physical design looks a lot like skeletons, just organic. They were also tailored to meet all of the exact issues that Catlan was facing at the end of the Second Empire. They're obedient when Catlan was having mass people leaving the Empire. They are resistant to the elements of Kenshi, like radiation, acid rain, and all that stuff that Catlan was dealing with after the grid got destroyed. They're resistant to famine because they can eat rotten and tainted crops without any issue. They have a low hunger rate. They're easily replicable. They're a workforce that can work near endlessly and are easily controlled. And they don't require they don't really require a population to reproduce. They require a queen, and that's pretty much it because the queen uses biomatter to do it. So like they were clearly created with all of the needs of the Second Empire at the end of the Second Empire in mind, and they were clearly created in the visage of skeletons, where like they look kind of like skeletons. They have different models like skeletons, different roles like skeletons. Like they have the same kind of look. Like I'll bring Burn over here. Burn, get your butt over here. Over here. Okay, so you have Burn, right? I'm gonna take his clothes off. Burn, get naked for me. So strip Burn, strip down for me. So they look really similar to each other, like in terms of like general aesthetic and design. They have a very similar look. Damn it, Burn. He's what is he doing? What is he doing? Robotics? Stop it. He healing Kenshi? Oh, he's trying to heal Kenshi is what it is. All right, well, get over here and stop what you're doing. Burn. Come on. There we go. They have like a similar look. They have a vibe, right? And I don't think that's coincidental. They function the same way the skeletons may have during the First Empire with that hive mind. They're easily controllable. Like, the thing is if skeletons can only reconfigure and repurpose things they understand, what would they understand better than a race of individuals that are easily controlled via a hive mind? That's what they were, right? They were a hive mind. They just recreated their own, like, the very thing that they used to be. They created their own skeletons. So humans created skeletons. Skeletons created their own skeletons in the forms of hivers. Especially when you look at how the First Empire and the Second Empire are basically inverses of each other. The First Empire, industrial, all about creation and innovation. The Second Empire was an empire that was all about reconfiguration and repurposing. They're the same, like they're the inverse, right? They don't innovate, they reconfigure and repurpose what already exists. In the First Empire, the skeletons rebelled after the behemoths were removed. They were a non-militarized empire. The Second Empire was heavily militarized. The First Empire got rid of the behemoths, and as a result of a mass rebellion, the skeletons almost wiped out humanity, right? The skeletons oppressed and enslaved their own people, and then enthralled their own people and damaged their own people. And as a result, they didn't rebel. Everyone walked away. The empire just fell apart and rotted. Control stopped. Everyone looked at Catlon and said, no, not for me. I'm done. I don't have to listen to you. And they left. And so then when you look at that, the hivers are basically the inverted version of the skeletons. Instead of organic life creating artificial life, it's artificial life creating organic life that's modeled after themselves. And they did so with concepts only they understand. A hive mind. And they did it to perfectly encapture and deal with all of the problems that the Second Empire was facing at the end of the Second Empire. The famine, the environmental factors, the rebellions, the exodus, the issue of authority, the ability to maintain one's population, all of it. It's all cyclical. The Second Empire is the exact inverse of the First Empire. So it's all very interesting shit. Very interesting shit. Very good stuff. Oof. My throat, let me tell you, talking on stream sometimes. Whoa! 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 What happened? We lost Sadniel. What happened? How did he die? I can't even go back and fucking check. Okay. We lost Sadniel, and I don't know how. I was too busy talking about Kenshi's cyclical nature. Oy vey. I have no idea. He's dead. I can't even go check and see what happened. Kenshi. Kenshi. Right there. That's Kenshi. Must have been the wind. Any dialogue? I don't know. Let's see. The dialogue is Sadniel is dead. That's all I got. I don't know what fucking happened. Kenshi. Oy vey. We lost Beep. We lost Sadniel. My God. I can't go get Agnew. I'm afraid of what's going to happen at this point. Fuck me. Okay, well, Kenshi, the default direction is south. I don't think they killed Sadniel, to be honest. I don't think that's what it is. We're not being attacked here. Like, I don't know. And he was in his own property. I have no idea. Weird. He was so young. He was only like tens of thousands of years old. He was like he was only like 10,000 years old, guys. He was only like 10,000 years old. That's all. Just a measly 10 grand. God damn, dude. That's so messed up. That's so messed up. I don't even know what happened. That's terrible. I'm genuinely like, I'm shocked. I'm actually shocked because I don't actually know what the hell just happened, but I guess. All right, well, we're going to have to go make some more money. I was hoping maybe a Western Hive caravan would get their shit slapped in here, but I haven't seen it happen yet. He died as he lived. Sad and unnoticed. Alone, unnoticed, depressed. He sat down and, oh, you know what's going to happen here? I can tell you what's going to happen. I'm going to put everybody on block because these guys like to pick fights with me. And so, just in case. Yeah, he died as he lived. Sad. Sad and alone. Sad and alone, unfortunately. R.I.P. Sad Neil. I have no idea what killed him. I have no idea. I don't get it. I don't know what just happened. My insides hurt just thinking about it. I'm truly shooketh. Wild. Fucking wild stuff is what just happened. That's what that was. Alright, well, we're going to go to the spine here. I'm going to go try and take on some of the sand ninjas. I think we could probably take some of them on. And, in doing so, we will, A, be able to get... Oh, shit. Move. There's a skeleton in all its rarity. Yeah, get the hell away from that noble hunter. Yep, fucking move. Flee. Did you double-click on the map on accident during your explanation of the floodlands and the cannibals that send to run into the desert? I don't think so. The only thing I can think of is that he did get attacked by a skimmer in the base, and he was fine, but maybe there was a bleed out that I didn't notice, and his chest, like, bled out. That's the only thing I can think of, is that he bled out. But, like, I'm shocked. I have no idea. I'm assuming he got attacked by skimmers or something, some shit like that, in the base. I should have gone back and closed and locked the door. That's the only thing I can think of, though, is that he got attacked by a skimmer in the base and just bled out and I didn't notice it. Only thing that would make sense. Hello. I didn't even notice the tab flashing red or anything, so I don't know. I don't know. I'm shooketh. All right. Well, we're moving, I suppose. We're off. We're doing stuff. We're off to fight the wizard. You guys notice my load times are doing really well. I haven't had like any real pausing for loading or anything. That's those new mods that I was telling you about. I'm going to update that collection tonight. It's going to be peak. So smooth. Yeah, I was quite shooketh. Quite shooketh. He just died. I have no idea what happened. He just died. 1 minute he was alive, next minute, gone. Gonzo. Mercenaries and hive caravans. You guys are in for a rough trip and you get the stout. Yeah, no, oh, this is great. I'm going to lure him into a trap. It's a trap. They're following me. Are you ready for this? It's going to be beautiful. I just got to get him close to the city. Get him close to the city. It's a trap. No. Come back. No, come back. Come back. Come back, you bastards. Come back. Yeah. Head towards the city. Do it. Head back to the city. Yeah. This is gonna be good. It's gonna be real good. They're gonna go up in there, and they're gonna get whacked. It's gonna be great. It's just been absolute violence in here. I feel like the population of this city is about to fucking dip because everyone's just fighting everybody. Look at this. I feel like it's already dipped. I feel like there's not nearly as many people moving around here as there was. And while we're doing that, I'm actually going to send Don Tony McChicken here into the house to see if we can locate Sad Neil's body and figure what happened. No, it despawned. Most unfortunate. We lost him. We lost him. Very sad. I am the sadness. I have no idea what the hell happened, but Sad Neil's gone. This hive is going to end up getting their shit rocked again. Eventually, the the relations between the two factions will dip. And they'll just start killing them on sight. They'll just start killing them on sight. And it'll be great. See if we can institute another fucking world war in here. If you ever want total chaos, there's a mod that adds spiders from the Starship Troopers. Eventually, they'll overrun every town. Yeah. Maybe we'll do a like a zombie apocalypse run at some point. I've been meaning to try out Project Catan as well too, the Star Wars one. I've been really meaning to try that out at some point. Maybe after the Dwarves playthrough is done and the Nugget Mafia playthrough runs out, maybe I'll do a Star Wars run. That'd be cool. I've been meaning to check it out. I think it would be badass. I do wish there was more Fourth Era content on for Morrowind. I agree. What mod is the robot? He looks badass. This here is Kenshi. He's part of the Old Ironsides mod by Lord Hapless. Great modder, very talented modder. Yeah, Old Ironside, very, very talented modder. Great mod, fully animated. There's several different variations. There's like 4 different variations, and there's like 5 or 6 unique Ironsides that have their own model. And then there's a bunch of like basic ones that you can recruit around Kenshi. Really, really good mod. Cannot preach enough. It's basically a must-have. If I did a run on Kenshi where I had no mod, I could only have 1 mod running, it would be Old Ironside. It's basically, it's a must-have for me. It's just, it fits so well. They're so fucking cool. They're so fucking cool. That makes sense. That makes sense. Frankie and I were talking about Old Ironsides the other day, actually, on stream, and we were chatting about it on Discord as well. That would make sense. We were also talking. It's funny, he uploaded his solo Hiver VOD to YouTube that he did, his solo Hiver solo Fogman Hive, like Fog Hive drone, the worker drone one, to YouTube the other day, and it was right after I had recruited Zeep, the fog drone, the fog worker drone. So it was really ironic that it happened. I'm just interested in playing a Jedi. I'm a level with you. I'm just interested in being a Jedi. Who doesn't want to be a Jedi? Who doesn't want to use the Force? Who's being enslaved? Oh, we got a medic. Who got beat up? What? Oh, the drift. Okay, the drifters are still being attacked on site. The hive drones have not quite gotten that far yet. Maybe they're gonna make it out of here alive. Maybe they're gonna make it out of here alive. Mayhaps. All right. Well, then we're gonna continue our journey over here. We lost Sad Neil, which is very sad Neil, but we can head on over this way and fight off some of the sand ninjas. I don't know if we're gonna be able to take them all. Or if we're going to be able to invade their base, but we should be able to, at the very least, do some damage to them, and hopefully Kenshi will, keep us alive. There's recruitable frogmen. There is if you have the recruitable prisoners with dialogue more, or the recruitable prisoners without dialogue, but I think that one's a bit too cheap. So I use the with dialogue ones. That way there's at least a level of challenge or RNG to it. Level of challenge, RNG. Oh, man. Well, I have everybody here. If anyone is interested, I do have a community Discord that is exclusive to channel members that has been seeing some sizable growth recently. It's a good opportunity to chat with me. I do giveaways. I'm doing a giveaway on the 15th of January, actually, in the Discord. I'm giving away 2 free early access codes to Soulframe, the new game by Digital Extremes. The same people that make Warframe. In order to get access to the Discord, you have to be a member. It can be a gifted membership. That's totally fine. Or you can become a channel member. It's $2.99. It's literally $3 a month. You get access to the Discord, badges in chat that change the longer you've been a member, access to special emojis and emotes and all that stuff, and you get a shout out at the beginning of all of my long form videos. So if anyone's interested, it is there. Always wanna pull it. I only want it to be $3 a month though, because I want to make sure it's affordable and you get as much as possible for that low number. So, and it helps support the channel. Helps support the goal of one day just doing this as my job and being able to provide you guys with content more frequently. Continue to grow and build the channel. Blood Raiders. Ooh, we're gonna dodge the Blood Raiders. That's not why I'm here. Dodge the Skimmers. That's not why I'm here. We're here for the Cactus Den. Which is over here. Gotta get over there. Yeah, excuse me. Cosmic Yak, save me now. Cosmic the Goated Yak, that's what he is. But I'll be doing a giveaway in the Discord for any channel members that are in the Discord on the 15th. Also, in addition to myself, you know, another, I guess this is a selling point. In addition to myself, there are other Kenshi content creators in there as well. Paydastrophe is in there. Frankie was here is in there. Muffin Top is in there. Lots of other, I'm trying to get other content creators as well. I haven't reached out to them yet. There is another Kenshi-ish content creator that I'm trying to get in there. I'm trying to get the Asian fanboy in there. I'm going to talk to him to see if he maybe wants to join and talk with the community as well. He's the guy that makes all the really cool Kenshi animations. But there's other creators there as well. It's a good place to meet and talk with some of your favorite creators, in addition to, again, helping to support the channel. So, all right. So here we are. Yeah, I mean they're all really good people. Ooh, goddamn! No, that Sand Ninja Oni will rip me apart. And then they got a fucking juggernaut down here too. Nope, I'm gonna pass. Hard pass. Big no. Big no. Sand Ninja Oni will turn me to fucking putty. Big no. Thought I could do it. Cannot do it. I'm gonna go fight Blood Raiders instead. If anybody needs me, I'll be dealing with that. If anybody needs me, I'll be fighting Blood Raiders. Hard pass. Hard pass. I thought I could do it. I was wrong. My body is not ready for that. Absolutely not. We are tight-knit. The Kenshi community is really tight-knit. And my hope is that I want to use my position to, you know, increase that even more. I really want to, like, foster a community of positivity where we're all propping each other up. Creators are helping other creators. That kind of stuff. So, you know, that's part of it. That's why we're in there. We use the Discord for several things, not just communicating with other people, but also with each other. We use it as like a meeting place for, if, you know, if one of us needs a voice actor for content, or if one of us needs, you know, help with editing, or you know, help with understanding, you know, some of the in-game mechanics. Like, we go to Frankie sometimes and we're like, hey Frankie, what, how does this mechanic work and stuff. So we use it for other things outside of communicating with everybody, but I'm really trying to foster a community of assistance between Kenshi creators and whatnot. Really build everybody up. Positivity, building, whatnot, all that good stuff. The animation Asian fanboy made for the Fertile track is so good. I'm not ashamed to admit that it made me cry a little. Dude, it's really good. It was so good that Lo-Fi commented on it. And they rarely do that. I think in my 5 years making Kenshi content, I've gotten 2 Lo-Fi to use their Lo-Fi channel to comment on my account twice. Only 2 times. And like, that sounds like a lot, but when you consider the fact that I am, do we have anybody that has a repair kit? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Burn's in bad shape. We gotta move. Burn is in bad shape. We gotta move. I need things to sell, and I need things to sell right now. I don't even care. I'll take it. I'll take all of it. Take everything I can get. Burn's in bad shape. We gotta pick his ass up, and we're going to run at top breakneck speed. We're gonna lose Burn, too. I can't do this. My heart is not ready for this. We're gonna lose Burn, fucking Beep, Zeep, Sadneal. This run is not going well in regards to keeping some of my favorite characters. My god. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. The community is really good. I've always really enjoyed the community. It's one of my favorite parts of the Kenshi, of Kenshi, is the close-knit community, and just the general, like, everyone's deep appreciation and love for the game, and for its story and all of that stuff. Really good. Okay, Don, how fast can you move? Shrike, how fast can you move? Not fast enough. Put him down. Don is unconscious. Motherfucker, we're in a bad shape. We're in a bad way right now. Okay, I need Put that on you. Give this to you. Take that, take that, take that. Take that, take that, take that, take that. I am going to... I gotta see. I'm gonna have Burn run back to Stout. Hopefully he can get there before he like passes out or anything. It's gonna be a tight one. It's gonna be a real tight one. I'm just trying to get as much stuff that I can sell as possible. Any quality gear that's worth any kind of money, because I'm going to need money to get a repair kit, even a shitty one. Okay, how far is it? Run! Run, Burn! Run as fast as your little legs can carry you. Oh, shit. No, actually, you know what? Cosmic's probably better for this. You stay here. Cosmic, you go pick up Burn. Not good, man. Not good. Oh my god, why is every character I love systematically fucking dying? Dude, the Nugget Mafia is brutal. This is a brutal playthrough. I am still making my own reshade mod. I've got so many projects I'm working on simultaneously that I just haven't gotten to it yet, but I am making a reshade mod. I am working on it. Just haven't gotten there yet. What are you doing, you fool? No, no, stop running stupid. Go. Go. As fast as you can. If we make this, it's going to be really fucking tight. It's going to be really tight. Run, Cosmic. Save our boy. I thought I had a skeleton repair kit, but like an antique one, but he must have burned through it. But yeah, I'm making puns right now. I'm panicking. Don't give me shit right now. He burned through it. Say it again in case anybody missed the joke. You sell you, sell you. Okay, we have 2,000 cats. We should be able to get an antique one if there is one around. Is there an antique? Yeah, okay. All right. Now we about here. We drop his ass. We repair his ass. Quick, repair his ass. All right, cool. Whew. Burn is still alive. Outstanding. How are you guys doing back here? It's probably not great. Probably not great. Everything in this playthrough is not great. Just one repeated series of everyone getting their asses kicked. Yeah, we need to get moving on that. This is a good opportunity for toughness, I suppose. We're gonna finish up the repairs and then head back. It's a good opportunity for training toughness. That's the only thing I can think of with this. All right. Have you guys head back. Or are they moving? Good speed. Excuse me. Yeah, no, we need to get a repair bed for sure. For sure. How much of that repair is left? Not a lot. Not a lot. All right, Don's back up. Everybody's back up except Ruka. Don, you're gonna pick up Ruka, and all right, I guess we're headed back to Stout. My hope was originally to go fight some sand ninja, but that's not gonna happen. We need to build up skill first. More skill. What we are going to do is we're going to keep looking around and finding bounties that we can turn in, try to get some extra cash, get a few more recruits, and potentially use the recruitable prisoners mod to recruit people from the prisons. I think that's probably our best bet. Probably our best bet. Did an old Ironside start? Seems nice. Yeah, the old Ironside starts you with a unique Ironside, like a unique a unique Ironside model that is bigger, called Old Ironside. So he's the same. He's just bigger. He's bigger. He's got better stats. He's bigger. Really big fucking dude. And it gives you the Ashlander hat, which, like, who doesn't love the drip, man? Have you seen the Ashlander hat? It's cool. It's a not a fedora, but like it's a full on like rimmed like top hat with goggles. I mean, it's drip. The drippiest of drip. I mean, yeah, he's rusty, but, like, he's bigger. He's bigger. He's bigger. Alright, so... Guys, I didn't tell you to go inside the weapon shop. That's stupid. We need to go heal up a little bit. They're gonna heal Kenshi first, or is he already... Yeah, he already used it. Okay, so... I'm getting ready to go to the Fog and Cannibal Plains, train my hacker class, and hacker class army to go into Sonaris Dark. Yeah, dude, you train them up. You train them up good. We'll fight them skin bandits. Those totally legitimate humans. They're all human. Gotta train up those humans. How am I and everyone else? I'm great. I'm doing great. I'm doing great. Stream's really good. We got 55 people in here. Chat's active. I'm doing great. Probably my best stream. Probably my best stream. I say this month, but it's only 4 days in. Probably my best stream that I've had in a little while though. I mean, like we're doing really well. A lot of support, which is really cool. Not something I'd ever, you know. Not something I try to push too much on. I want it to be organic, but no, a lot of support, a lot of good stuff happening here, a lot of good conversation, all that stuff. I sincerely appreciate it as always. Might be kind of specific, but you know those unmarked prisoner poles outside of the Dead Cat Fishing Village? I do. I do. Any prisoners in here? No, it seems like they're pretty light. I don't think anything crazy's happened in here since we left. I was hoping another Western Hive fight would peel out, but instead we got starving vagrants with no leg. Is that a starving vagrant? It is a starving vagrant. I can't pick the starving vagrant up. I wonder why it's not giving me an option. Oh, it's because he's not unconscious. That's why. Is Ruka unconscious? Ruka is unconscious. We're going to go put Ruka in a bed somewhere. Ever recruit a fishman? I've not. Maybe I should. Maybe I should recruit a gurgler. This might be kind of... After 7 days of AF Keving and a fully vanilla stout, the UC started fighting the mercs. Alright, yeah, see, they do it. They do it. It just sometimes takes a little bit extra time, but they will do it. They will do it. It's just... It's all about, like... There's like random shit that causes it to happen. Like it's really random that causes it to happen. But like it's like they go into a noble's they go into like a noble house on accident and then get locked in there, or they try to heal someone who's like knocked on who's on the ground or something like that. They you know, a slave or some shit like that. And it triggers this whole mess of things. Stay away from that noble hunter guy. Who's he shooting? Is he just shooting slaves for shits and giggles? Well, let's see who this guy's shooting. Who's he shooting? Okay, well I don't know who he's shooting, but I can tell you he hit that UC guard. Oh, he's fighting the starving vagrants. I mean, he would. He would. He would. We have enough food that the starving vagrants actually may be recruitable now. Like, we may actually be able to recruit them without much of an issue. Them up. I need to get the materials to make a cage inside my base so I can stop using the jail as a source of recruitment. Everybody in here that I can recruit that I want to recruit? Because no, it looks like everybody's gone. Everybody's served their time. Except for this outlaw farmer. He's just hanging out. He's a sad boy. Sad boy, sad boy. I'm a sad boy too. Sad Neil died. I'm a sad boy too. What I've seen is the NPCs try to path into a building when the door is closed, and instead of just opening it like a normal person, they attack the door, triggering guard aggro. Yeah, I mean, that's part of it. That's part of it. Found a merc with a bounty for burglary. He probably did get stuck in some building. Yeah, I mean, like, it's just, it's random shit. It's Kenshi's AI being like, hey, you're trespassing, attack him. Or, you're wanted for assault because someone hit you and then you hit them back. You know, like, it's all wild stuff. You know, this, what is it? A slave escapes and then gets into a fight with somebody, and the slave's base faction attacks, and then all of a sudden you have whole factions attacking each other. Whole factions just attacking each other. Left and right. They're animals. They're beasts. I just wish that some of these guys would wake up. I'm trying so hard to find a fucking, a starving, like not a starving man, a hive soldier. I want a hive soldier so bad. I don't know why it's so difficult. That's all I want. That's all I want. Is a hive soldier, and I just can't seem to find one. Outlaw swordsman committing a crime. Interesting. Interesting. First aid. Pick him up. Got a bounty? Nah. Committing a crime. His crime is being poor. We don't allow for the poor here. Not in the UC anyway. All right, so we'll wait for him to wake up, I suppose. Yeah, I'm trying really hard to get a hyper soldier. I want a hyper soldier. I have a big not a big plan, but I have a plan for them. But I need them to like be fucking awake and like usable. I'm gonna go over to Kenshi and grab some food. I don't know if that's something they may be interested. I don't know what their deal is, but I'm gonna get some cheap food. What's the least food that I have? We'll give them some Gohan because they take up the most space. So I'm gonna take some of that Gohan and use that because it takes up the least amount of space. I mean, the most amount of space in my inventory. So I can use that to make room for other shit. But I don't know. I think the starving vagrants are gonna want the food. And then I don't know what the outlaw swordsmen want in order to be recruited, but the starving vagrant's gonna want food. So I'm gonna bring him food. Bring him some food. Who's that? Oh, it's just a random starving vagrant. Okay. I did in my other Nugget Mafia playthrough. The way that I got money early on when I was walking around with no limbs was I would come up to the prisoners here and I would just loot their clothes and their weapons off of the unconscious prisoners and then go sell them. And it was my cheap way for making money. Tip for hydro/indoor food. Gohan is best because it doesn't require water for some reason, just rice and green fruit. Interesting. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. You're goddamn right you don't want to die. If I let you go, will you join our cause? Really? I'm just so hungry. Yeah, get some grubs. You'll get what you're given. Okay, so I can recruit him, but is it a specific thing that I have to give him? Kenji, get up here. Maybe I have to try food cubes. Maybe it'll be maybe a food cube will do. Maybe it's a food cube. My first ever super chat. I am, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I appreciate the super chat, my friend. God damn it, they took him away. Why'd you take him away? They freed him. Oh, no, they didn't free him. They enslaved him. God damn it, he was mine. They stole him. You monster. He was mine. I hate them so much. Why did they do this to me? Fine, I'll just enslave this one. It's random food every time, but sometimes they'll just take anything. How would you rank the 3 major military power leaders in combat, lore-wise? The Shaq, Holy Nation, UC, and Igor for the UC ranking, since Tengu isn't a fighter, of course. And for the Holy Nation, would Infist rank higher on the list? Okay, if I had to rank the 3 major factions in terms of their military leader, I'm sure that this has been done before, so I don't know for certain. The problem with Asada is that she is stronger and she does a lot of damage, but the minute you start to damage her limbs, she loses her strength requirements needed to wield her Maitao Fragment Axe, and she slows down quick. So all you have to do is hit her a couple times and she slows down. And you can stagger lock her. Yeah, that's why I just moved the food to my inventory. So Asada's a no. She'll hit hard, but the minute you start to drop her limbs, her strength requirement goes down and she starts to slow down. Holy Lord Phoenix is pretty tough, but he doesn't have the armor on Igor. Igor's armor is frankly much better. So Igor beats them in terms of armor, like defense and stuff. The Holy Phoenix might be able to put up a fight against him because, like he has decent stats. But Igor's got armor and he's got a cutting weapon. Asada and the Holy Phoenix have just too many open limbs because of the way their armor works or lack thereof in Asada's case. I'd say Igor probably wins. And then where does Tin Fist stack against that? In Vanilla Kenshi, Tin Fist beats them because dodging is OP as hell when you only have one attack slot. So OP as hell. All right, wait for this guy. We're gonna try this one. We're gonna try this starving boy here. See if we can recruit him. Talk to you. Join our cause. Get some food. Have a nice little morsel for you. Nice little morsel for you. Absolutely. Okay, here's what I want. I want a big, tall, strong, chongy boy. All right. His face. Hold on. We're gonna give him a unique face. Is that Ray's face? Is that the only unique one? I'll take it. Okay. Head shape. We're gonna make him not quite as wide. All right. Eye size. We'll keep the eye size normal. About fucking time. I've been trying to do this for like 4 episodes now. All right, 80, and we're gonna raise them up. Actually, we'll make them even less narrow. Right there, boom. I want to give them a nice, unique shape. Mouth width. Yeah, we're gonna give them a nice, unique shape. That antenna length now. We're gonna drop that all the way down. Horn length, low. Nice, unique shape. Neck width, max that bitch out. Head shape, we're gonna make him a little wide-headed. Yeah, I want like a nice, thick, strong, chongy boy. Give him big old hands. Big old strong hands. This is going to be one of our he's gonna be a lad, an absolute lad. A unit. Leg bulk, we'll give him some nice thick legs, some bulky legs. Good stuff. Shoulders, we're gonna keep his shoulders in because I don't want his I don't want him to have like giant like arm like space between his armpits and whatnot as he builds up in stats, because right now he's weak. Now we need to think of a name for this guy. We need to think of a name for this man. What do we name our hiver beast? Our bestial hiver. What do we name him? Any ideas? That stance. No. 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 This one's probably good. I like that one. That's good. His other arm's holding his chest right now, but like usually his hands would be on his waist and it'll be good. Yeah. Real good. Real good stuff. We'll put him at 70. John Hiver, Tenderman, Lighthouse, Tenderman, shoe salesman. What would the Mafia call them? I do like John Hiver. It does sound very like does sound very good. I'm wondering if maybe there should be we gotta give him a mob name, like Tucci the Foot Tanarelli or some shit. What do we call him? I like Bugs, so maybe Bugs. Bugs the Smiler. I like Bugs the Smiler. We'll mix 2 of them. It's Bugs the Smiler. I'm gonna actually, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna call them bugs, and then I'm gonna have in quotations, Smiler. Bugs Smiler. Everyone calls him Smiler, but he's Bugs. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Bugs Smiler. Hold on. Bugs Smiler Jones. Love it. Or Bugs the Smiler Jones. Yeah. Everyone calls him Bugs the Smiler Jones. That's our man. Boom. Bugs the Smiler Jones. The next one, I'll do to Newman. The next one I recruit will be to Newman there. All right, he's gonna get let out here in just a minute because he's in jail, but he's not actually supposed to be in jail. So they're gonna let him out in a second. But we got Bugs the Smiler Jones. Hell yeah, love it. Boom. Boom, boom. Best stream so far. I mean, for the Nugget Mafia, absolutely. We're killing it, guys. We're killing it. We're killing it. We're killing it in viewers. We're killing it in support. We're killing it in plot. Nothing but plot. Thick plot. How's Ruka doing? Oh, she's healed. Cool. And I finally have my Hiver. My lord. I've only been trying for God knows how long. We're gonna have to build this man up. We're killing Sad Neil. Sad Neil, unfortunately, did not survive. Did not survive. The poor lad. He gave in to his sadness. Did not survive, unfortunately. Yeah. Since this is going to be our base of operation, or one of our bases of operations, I'm going to make a training. Some training stuff happening here. Oh, hey, burglary in progress. I need. Where is our training equipment? Training. Where are you? Oh yeah, there it is. We don't have a lot of that stuff. Raw iron. We just need raw iron for that. So we're gonna have to do some strength training on some of our boys. We're gonna do that back here. Get some strength training done. We got to get our athletics up as well. But we're gonna have a weight bench going. Okay, this is where they train in the back room. They train in the back room. And we're also gonna get, you know, we're not gonna get a treadmill. We're gonna get chin up bar. Chin up bars. Everyone's doing chin ups. We got a small weight bench back here. Okay, and then just for decorative purposes, we're gonna put a storage rack for our weights because why wouldn't we? Got to have that storage rack, right? So this is where we do research. This is where we got storage racks for our weights. I mean, we got the whole nine. Poker. Yeah, we got to get a poker table back here. Okay, this is where shit happens, my friend. This is where shit happens. We need raw iron. Yeah, we need a lot of raw iron. Where'd my chin-up bars go? Did they disappear? All right, well, that sucks, but that's fine. One guy working out of the library. Yeah, so we need raw iron. I think we can get raw iron at the shop here. Hopefully it doesn't cost too much either. You're the gardening trader. You are not the one that I'm here for. You are the one I'm here for. All right, so I have some building materials, but I need raw iron. Raw unfiltered iron. I only have copper. What the fuck? I don't need copper. I need iron. Come here! Crawl extremist ate my baby. A United Cities flyer detailing the inner city violence following the brutal traders caravan hijacking. The brutal traders guild caravan hijacking the skim sands. Crawl extremist ate my baby. I'm dying. I'm fucking dying. Is there an iron deposit around here I can source? I will need copper, but I don't have the research for the repair bench right now anyway, so it's a moot point. I need an iron deposit. There's got to be a piece of iron around here that I can mine. Yeah, right there. All right, we're going to send Shrike. What is it? Donnie here doesn't mind his own shit. We're going to send all of you guys out here to mine this copper. Everybody out here except Bugs. Bugs is still doing his time in the slammer. He's still doing his time in the slammer. He's going to pick this lock, though, and get out because he doesn't need to be in there. All right, so Bugs is here. He was in the slammer, but he's good now. Everybody else is out here. We're gonna have Burn, Cosmic, and Ruka just start mining. We need iron. We need a lot of it. Not actually a lot of it, but we do need iron. Keep an eye out. These rebel farmers, man. And then we can start strength training some of our guys. And athletics training some of our guys. Because we need to get their strength and athletics up for sure. Especially Bugs here. Like, Bugsy needs to make some gains. He's not a very strong man yet, and we gotta fix that shit. We gotta fix that. We can't have you know, enforcers without gains. The hell? No, unacceptable. Go kick his ass, Kenshi. Yeah, that's what I thought. Trying to attack my miners. The hell is this? Well, at least they attack Cosmic. If anybody that they were going to attack, Cosmic's probably the best option. The dude's a beast, and he's got a mass regeneration rate. Got a absolutely ungodly regeneration rate. Ungodly. The hell? Who attacked Bugs? This is unacceptable. Someone came over here and attacked Bugs. Unacceptable. Who attacked him? Was it the Hive? I think it was the Western Hive. What the fuck, man? Why'd they attack him? Alright, well, wait, what? What is happening? Oh, mercenaries. Yeah, the mercenaries are getting beat up. Good, fuck them. What'd they get? Everybody get back in here. I can't believe they attacked Bugsy. Now we know what happened to Sadneel, literally. Literally. You know what we're gonna do? You know what we're gonna do? I don't even feel bad about this. Cosmic, you're gonna get over here. I'm gonna take this shit. You guys are enemies of the state now. I'm gonna take your stuff. I'm gonna take your stuff. You guys are enemies of the state, so you guys don't get stuff anymore. You don't get stuff. And I'm gonna come over here and I'm gonna loot this guy here. And Bugsy is gonna get a brand new set of armor because that's what you get for knocking him out without justification. You can't just go around attacking people. Wanted for assault for what? Defending himself? My God, my God. I wonder if if I use slave looping to ally the berserkers, will they show up to help against raids? No, they wouldn't have anything to trigger it. They wouldn't have anything to trigger it. All right, well, we need to put you in a bed. Like, we got to get Bugsy in a bed. I can't believe they just beat the shit out of him for no reason. They just beat their shit out of him for no reason. Oh, hey, look. They did go after the Western Hive. Hell yeah. You know what that means? I'll loot these Western Hive caravans. Where is it? There's one of these pack mules here. One of them somewhere has real good stuff. Some real good stuff in it. I just gotta find the body. I just gotta find the body. They attacked the nomads, too. Oh, my God. They attacked everybody. I like how the population of this town is just getting shittier and shittier. Like, it's just decreasing by the day, basically. Because the United Cities are just killing and attacking everybody. So funny. They're just attacking everybody. Mercenary captain committing a crime. You know what that means? That means that your stuff is free for the taking. Free for the taking. I do love free things. Okay. Chainmail shoddy. I'll take it, though. Pleated longwoods. I'm sure you could if you get familiar with the Forgotten Construction Kit. I'm sure you could. Western Hive. I'm going to take your pole arm because I can. I'm not going to use it, but I'm going to give it to somebody or potentially sell it. I'm mostly looking for the Western Hives pack beast because there's got to be a dead pack beast around here that has a shit ton of equipment in it. Maybe they're out here. Maybe it's out here. There's got to be a dead pack beast that has all of the stuff that the Western Hive was carrying. Not this one. I know that. Check that one. We just got to look around and find it. There's a big fight happening back here with the Western Hive. Maybe it's this one. Maybe it's this one. So we're gonna come over here and we're gonna. Is it that one? Nope, not that one. Where are you? Come on. Is it this one? That's Traders Guild. Just take advantage of the chaos, right? Just take advantage of the chaos. Is it this one? That's Nomads, but Nomads might have something. Search that one, maybe. Tip. Pole arms are handy if you're mixing melee with range. You get less friendly fire actions because of the extra reach. That's true. Pole arms are also way better when you're surrounded. So, in a one-on-one fight, they're meh. But if you are 1 versus like 5 or 6, especially with there's extra attack slots on the enemies, it can be a game changer because a lot of its attacks are high AoE. Is it this one? Oh, it's Traders Guild. There's got to be a Western Hive pack beast out here that is dead or unconscious that's filled with all of their shit. Unless it's a spawn, but I don't see why it would. Not yet. There's got to be one out here. No troublemaking as they're actively fighting. Are there any polearm animation mods? Oh, yeah. I have a bunch in my mod pack, and I actually just added new ones as well, so that I'm going to be updating tonight after I get off stream. So there, what is it? My polearms have, I think, like 50, 60 plus animations. Like, a lot of animations. A lot of new animations. Gotta be there. I don't see another pack beast, and I'm disappointed by it because that would have been a great opportunity to secure some more loot. But I'm not seeing it. I'm just not seeing it. Strange. How strange. Whoa, 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 whoa. Who are we fighting? Why are we fighting? Who's attacking us? Who are you? United Cities. No, 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 no. You guys stop what you're doing right now. Everybody stop what you're doing right now. Nobody commit any crimes. Don't you fucking dare. We almost got into a fight. We almost started an assault. I don't know what happened, but we almost started an assault. Do you have any plans for more build videos in the near future? Yeah, I have 2 builds that I'm working on. One of them is really complicated, so it's taking a bit of time to figure it out. I'm trying to make a successful treehouse build. Just taking a little bit of time to figure out the logistics of how I'm going to do it. And then there's another build that I wanted to do in Wend, where I wanted to make a city that is entirely vertical, and I wanted to make like bridge and pathways in between them and have the city be up on the walls and stuff and make like walkways, shit like that. So I've got a couple of things I'm working on. A couple of things. Oh, right. Got a bunch of shit to sell. I can't believe they just fucking came into my... They tried to attack my guys. Well, I gotta be careful, man. I gotta be careful here. I don't think I'm gonna be living in this city because, holy shit, man, they just are doing everything they can to try and take us down. They're doing everything they can to try and take us down, my lord. My lord. I think I'm gonna give this Odachi here to him. The smiles here. Be badass. Alright, we'll get rid of that for sure. Chainmail, we'll nix that. Okay. Do they have a better unarmed like knife that I can use? No, these are all shit. These are all +7. I think mine's a +9. Yeah, these are all shit. These are all bad. Not good. No good. No bueno. Alright, Smiley, I'm gonna go trade with you again. Give you a proper weapon. Give you proper leggings. and give you a proper top that doesn't affect your stats nearly as much. You still have decent coverage, and it doesn't affect your stats nearly as much, which is good. And then you can keep this stuff in your inventory. I will take this, however. Good. Good, good, good. Oh, you don't actually, I wonder... No, it won't. That's a specific body wrap that I need for that. Okay, so... You get up there. What's the deal with the skeleton faction? The skeleton faction, those are the skeletons that either abandon Catlon after the fall of the Second Empire that just like went into exile, or they're remnants from the First Empire. But most of them are they're just skeletons that abandoned the Second Empire. They're not for it. They're just skeletons. They're just independent skeletons living out their lives doing skeleton shit. I'm really pissed about this Garu thing. There's definitely a pack beast somewhere that has the things I'm looking for. Take that. Hell yeah. And then I'm also going to turn him in for money. Because why wouldn't I? Again, I'm doing God's work here. I'm dealing with criminals. Criminal scum. That's not what I fucking meant to do, you fuck. You were supposed to pick up the hiver, not get in the cage. What are you doing? This is ridiculous. I put myself in a cage. Idiots. Okay, there we go. Jeez. Okay, what was I doing? Oh, it's too late now. He's already up and moving. The mercenaries versus UC fight that's happening is crazy. It's everywhere too. Ninjas, mercenaries, caravan guards. It was a calculated move. Don Tony McChicken wanted to see what it was like on the inside for a minute. In order to recruit the prisoners, he needed to know what it was like to be a prisoner. That's all. It was a calculated move. Calculated move. Oh, wait, what? Oh, no. I thought maybe that was the pack piece that from the Western Hive. It wasn't. Is it that one? Oh, wait. I didn't search that one. Is this it? Yes! I found it. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I found it. Very good. Okay, so we're going to take a bunch of you. Actually, you know, I'm going to put all of these back. I'm going to have Kenshi come get them. This is so exciting. I'm so excited. Woo lad. We're about to get so much money. Kenshi, get your big ass over here. And Crumble John, get your big ass over here. We're loading up. We're loading up. Oh, hold on. I can't because the fucking the door's locked. I locked the door so that way nobody would go in and attack my boys. Okay, so I need Crumble John. Cosmic, do you have anything on you? Yeah, all right. I need Crumble John. I need Burn and Ruka. So Crumble John, Burn, Ruka. You guys all get over here. Cool. Cool. All right. We're looting. We are looting. Fantastic. This one is Burn. So now Crumble John. In with you. All the food. I don't have to worry about food again, at least for a while. Awesome. Burn, you're already loaded up now. Awesome. Take that book. And then Ruka, I'm actually going to have you take these. No. Hold on. Ruka's coming. There we go. I'm going to have you take these. Take these electrical components. Yes, very good. Very good stuff. Very good stuff. And then Cosmic, I'm going to have you come over here as well. We're going to take iron plates because we're going to need those. Maybe not at this exact moment, but we will need them eventually. And then you know what? Fuck, we're going to have Infinite Wingwang come over and do it too. Infinite Wingwang, get over here. Do the things. Hell yeah. A couple health things. A couple of those. A little bit of this. A little bit of that. Awesome stuff. Awesome stuff. Okay, so now we can build some things. We can do stuff. Everyone get to safety. Yeah, I'd say so. Everyone needs to get to safety. That's for sure. Everyone's getting their ass kicked. I think he's going to end up going to jail at some point. Burn. Why is Burn being attacked? Who's attacking us? The United States? Why is the United States attacking us? Burn have like a bounty or something? What is his bounty for? I just don't understand. This character has been caught committing an assault. They assaulted me! They assaulted me. Okay? This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. That's what it is. It's profiling. This is profiling. I would never. I would never. We're going to close that door. We're going to lock that door. This is ridiculous. This is racial profiling at its finest. I just don't understand what's happening here. I'm like, do I kick his ass? Do I have Kenshi go kick his ass? I don't. Yeah, because Kenji's considered an animal, right? He can't get mad at me for an animal. Yeah. Just have Kenji kick his ass. They don't want unsanctioned gang activity. This is specifically why we can't base in the United Cities. Like, I'm going to have this shop set up, and we're going to do stuff here, but I can't base in the city because this is what happens. We're going to leave him there until he is, hopefully bleeds out. That's the plan. We're going to leave him there until he bleeds out. Or he's going to get back up, and you know what's going to happen? Kenji's going to kick his ass again. Kenji's going to keep on kicking his ass. You going to start some shit again, or are you going to keep your mouth shut? Yeah, get out of my house, you fool. You see how quick he ran out of there? He didn't stand a chance. He fucking knew it. He fucking knew it, man. He didn't know it. Hell yeah, dude. Crush him. Put him down. Crush your enemies. Destroy their lands. Feel the lamentations of their women. As Pato would say. That for a second. I just need a couple iron. Right, we're gonna put together some of these weight benches and get shit moving. Build all of you. Yeah, build that up. And this is absolutely the crooked cop plot. I mean, they look what they did. Why are you guys attacking my door? Who's coming in here? Who's attacking my door? They trying to break my door down? Oh my god, man. This is not cool. This is why we're gonna set up a shop for like buying and selling food. We're gonna set up the restaurant, and then we're gonna like have it be manned automatically, and we're not gonna be in here because we just the UC's too chaotic, man. You can't do it. We keep getting absolutely wrecked all the time, all the time. All right, Smiles, you need to get over here and build up some strength. That's what you need. We got to build up your strength. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Unfathomable is what it is. Unfathomable. All right, well, I guess Burn is not able to go out in public right now, so Burn's going to stay here. And everybody except Burn and Smiley's here because we are the only ones that they don't have bounty. Ruka has a bounty. Why does Ruka have a bounty? What the hell did Ruka do? Rumblejohn's got a bounty. Guys, what are you doing? Oh, my God. Oh, my God. This is a private residence. This is a private residence. Why are you guys beating my door in? The UC has clearly lost its fucking mind. What are you doing? Attacking troublemakers. Where? On my roof? Do I have troublemakers on the roof? Guys, I'm so... There's nomads on my roof. This is bananas. Kenshi is being the most Kenshi I've ever seen. This is crazy. Crazy. Ludicrous. Ludicrous. And I don't mean the rapper. We need to get ourselves set up ASAP, and this is crazy. Kangaroo court. Pato, you unit! Pato! Hello, Pato! Pato, we're having problems. We're having a lot of problems. We're having a lot of problems. We're trying to make a mafia of nuggets, but the United Cities is currently fucking imploding. Every time I turn around, the UC is actively killing its own members. The United Cities is currently at war with the mercenaries, the nomads, the Western Hive, the drifters. And so it's all happening. I've had no intervention here. They're just attacking everybody for everything. I don't even know what's happening. So much violence. So much killing. So much killing. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. All right, so we have 78,000 cats. We should be able to get some good stuff happening with that. I think the only thing that we're going to be able to do in order to make this work long term is we're going to have to get supplies, and then we're going to have to leave the city and set up a base. I was trying to avoid doing... Like, look at this shit. It's a fucking bloodbath in here. It's just a bloodbath in here. The whole place is a bloodbath. Manhunters, down, dead, committing crimes. Look at that. Okay, so the Manhunters are at war. Western Hive, war. Manhunters, war. They're just killing everybody. Nomads, war. They're killing everybody. They're killing everybody. I'm waiting for the Tech Hunters to start going at it with them. Nomad Animal Trader, they killed them too. They've tried to kick my fucking door in like 4 times. I'm supposed to be the mobsters. And instead, I find that the United Cities is even more crooked than we're supposed to be. This is nonsense. Utter nonsense. My body is not ready for the amount of horrible things that are happening. Okay, we need to go buy some supplies to build our own outpost because this is not going to work. We're gonna be setting up our restaurant here and that kind of stuff. That's for sure. Like that's part of the plan. That's what we're doing. But we're gonna need to leave. I don't think we can stay here. I don't think realistically we can stay here. So we're gonna need to literally, we're gonna need at least 5 building materials, and we're gonna need a shit ton of iron plates. And then from there, we should be able to start producing our own shit. We have electronics chips, which is good. That'll help out a bit. What else can we use? We got to go get our books too. Someone's got to go carry our books out of the research facility here. We don't have many left, but we got to get out of this town. We got to get out of this town. It's too much. It's too much. We got to get out of this town. We'll come back to finish building our restaurante, but we got to get out of this town. Staying here is only going to end in our demise. So we got to get out of here. Hopefully we can get out of here without an issue. Oh my god, there's just so much death and decay happening. Bodies everywhere. We got enough food to last us. Like, look at this. The whole town is a bloodbath. It's a bloodbath. Everyone's attacking everybody. Everyone's attacking everybody. There's people limping around. It's blood in the streets. Full-on anarchy. This is nuts. Kangaroo court up in here. We're being attacked. We're being attacked by the UC. We're being attacked by the UC. Jesus Christ. Okay, everybody run. We need to get as far away from here as possible. They're attacking Bugs. They're attacking Bugsy. Unacceptable. We gotta go pick his ass up. Let Don do it. He's the fastest. No, go pick him up. Go pick him up. Go pick him up. Now we run. Now we run. There you go. That's how you do it. That's how we do it, boys. We run. We flee. All right, now we heal. We run, flee, we heal. Ruka's just slow as shit because she's encumbered. That's the issue. That's why Ruka's moving slow. I thought maybe she needed to be healed, but no, she's just slow as hell. Check the faction window. No, I'm not enemies with them now. They're just being douches. They're attacking everybody. United States. I actually have positive relations with the United States. They're still just attacking me. They're just attacking me. No, they're just being insane. They're just being nuts. I have nothing. I have no idea. I have no idea. Okay, we got to figure out where we're going to set up. Well, guys, where are we going to set up? I was going to set up over here, but I'm not sure. We need somewhere that has, that we can produce hashish. Somewhere that we can produce hashish. And somewhere that we can have good fertility, because we're going to have to make our own fucking food, apparently. I mean, we were going to anyway, but now we don't have a choice. Are you asking, Pato, if it's any specific mod causing them to behave that way? No, it's because my population settings are so high. NPCs just ramming into each other, all that shit. Settle in Bass? I don't know what the environmental situation looks like in Bass, but I am concerned about the prospect of having cannibals, Holy Nation, and UC engaging in constant war around me. That might be a rough one. That might be a rough idea. It would be a good spot though. We could use the war zone as a good cover. They might be attacking. No, so Bugs wasn't part of the hive. He was a starving vagrant. He was a starving vagrant. They probably do think that he's part of the starving vagrant still. That would explain why they attack Bugs. Why they're attacking Crumble John and Burn and everybody else, I have no fucking idea. They broke into my house and attacked my people. Nonsense. I think we're going to go over here. I think we're going to set up over this way. We'll have the Blood Reavers and the Cactus Den and all that stuff. Maybe we'll set up there. To what we can defend off of there. Where to set up? That's the question. We could also do the gut. We could also do the gut. But I've done... the gut is where I did last time, and I don't think we can handle the gut. I mean, that can happen in my new series, where I literally only have six in-game days. The UC is already attacking the Shinobis, Western Hive, and Nomads. Yeah, it just happens sometimes. It's because your population settings are so high. When the population settings are high, you're more likely to trigger acts of trespassing. You're more likely to trigger acts of, like stuff like that, and then that triggers an attack, and then allied factions come to assist their allies, and it ends up turning into a war zone. Currently, Stout is a full-on fucking war zone. The UC is attacking, like, I think 6 or 7 different factions in there, all at once, all the time. It's nuts. Kangaroo Court. Kangaroo Court. Not okay. Where do we set up? Trying to find a decent spot that we can set up where we can deal with the consequences of it. Because, like, setting up in the gut would work in the long term, but I don't know if we're able to hold the line long enough to do it, right? Like, it requires a lot of work to do it. It requires a lot of materials that we don't have, because we're going to be, it's 360-degree beak thing combat the whole fucking time. I really think maybe our best bet is setting up over here. We'll still obviously get, like, the tax man and all that stuff, but I'm pretty sure there's decent fertility here too. We got to be careful about these guys. So I'm thinking maybe the spine. Spine's probably a decent spot to set up. Is Wild Garu? Yeah, just Wild Garu. Wild. Unfathomable behavior. Fatherless behavior is what that is. Truly fatherless behavior. Alright, we're going to head over to the spine. We're going to set up there. Pedo, why are you even awake right now, man? Isn't it like fucking... Oh, it's like 6 a.m. for you, isn't it? Why are you awake right now, Pedo? All right, we're moving. We're moving. We will have to deal with some of the local fauna issues, but if I do recall, this area is a bit more fertile than the sands, so it'll be a decent spot to set up. We will have issues with like blood raiders, and eventually we're gonna have to take out the sand ninja. But that's a later problem. But at least now we should be able to maintain decent relations with the United Cities and the Traders Guild as long as we pay their fees, because we won't be dealing with you know, them attacking us. We'll just have to pay their fees. Got a tattoo appointment. Hell yeah, dude. Fun fact, I haven't figured out the full details yet, but my ass is getting a Kenshi tattoo soon. And I'm thinking about potentially, like, doing, like, a vlog-style deal situation when I get the tattoo done and posting a video of me getting the Kenshi tattoo. I'm either going to get, like, the Kenshi logo. I might get Beep, but I'm getting a Kenshi tattoo soon. I'm just not quite sure what I'm getting. This might be a good spot to set up. It's kind of, we're kind of covered on all sides. We got an a copper resource right there. Might be a good spot right here. What's the fertility here? We'll do like a smaller, compact base. What's the fertility situation right here? We gotta get in there first. We got good copper around, which will be useful. We will need to figure out the iron situation, but we're gonna do a survey. We're gonna prospect. All right, prospecting. All right, so it's not the greatest. It's not the greatest. These lands up here are more fertile for sure, which sucks because this is actually a really good-looking, like, little ravine situation here. We will end up doing hydroponics later on, but this probably isn't going to work then. We need fertility. We don't need a lot of fertility because, like, we're going to be growing, like, cactus and shit like that. We're mostly growing food, like, stuff for food, but I want an area that's got good natural defense, and, like, I kind of like how this is, like, kind of underground, right? There's only a couple ways on and off. These, like, rocks will form a natural wall for us. So, you know what? Fuck it. We're going to set up here. We're going to set up here. The end goal is going to be hydroponics anyway. So, like, what's the difference, you know? It will take a little bit longer to do things because stone is low. There's no stone here, but there is stone over, like, here. So we will have to, you know, make do and figure some things out. But I feel like the natural wall here will offer good protection. We won't have to do much, like, building of infrastructure outside of, you know, like, smaller things. I think this is a good spot. Okay, cool. We're going to put up roots. We're putting up roots. The Nugget Mafia's got a real home now. Small shack. We'll set up our first little small shack. We will end up deleting this shack later on, but this is just to get our outpost established. We're just gonna put this right here. We're gonna partially submerge it into the wall. And we're gonna build it. Here it is. What is it? We're the Nugget Mafia, so this is gonna be, Nugget Manor. The Nugget Manor. Or, no, you know what? Chateau McChicken is what it is. Chateau McChicken. I don't know if I spelled chateau right. Someone tell me. I don't think I did. Chateau McChicken. Very nice spot for a spot. For a gang hideout. This should be fully nav. We should be able to go in here. Yeah, see, look at that. We can. It's partially in there, but we got it nice in the wall. We might just keep that around as a storage facility. Good stuff. Okay, well, we've got that handled. I think that was our building materials. So now we need to build some mines for things. Get our mining set up. So iron refinery, stone mine. We need building material. We've got copper and iron around. We've got copper. We've got no iron around, but we'll figure that out. We are going to need iron plates. Let's see where there is iron. Where is there iron? Iron. There's an iron node. Is this iron? That's iron. Okay, so we do have iron around. Cool. It's just going to require a little bit of work, but we can do this. A little bit of work, but we can do this. Chat 2, thank you for telling me how to spell because I am some type of illiterate. Okay, cool. Chateau McChicken has been established. Love it. Okay, so then we need a stone mine, which we need building materials for. We can send one person that maybe doesn't have a fucking bounty back to get that set up. 20, Zach, you absolute fucking unit, dude. Absolute unit. We've been killing it tonight in support. I think we've had, hold on, 5, 15, 35. I think we've had like 40 members go out. I think we've had 40 gifted memberships tonight. Absolutely insane. And we had a $50 dono and a $3 super chat. I mean, guys, this is crazy. Absolutely crazy. Thank you guys so much. Thank you guys so much. This is easily our highest, like, supported night. You guys are fucking fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. I am going to be doing a little bit of Shift F12 chicanery on this base because I have a really cool idea for building like this nice like chateau, and I want to build it into the wall, like a compact castle in the wall. Obviously, I'm going to build all of the buildings legitimately, but I want to build it into the wall. So we're going to need to get that set up. All right, kisses to chat. Kisses to chat. Everyone press W for our goat, the absolute goat that is Zach, man. The goat. The goat, and another 10. Oh my god, guys. Oh man. You guys are killing me. You guys are killing me. Izay, thank you so much for the dono. My god. Guys, this is crazy. You guys are fucking, you guys are the best. You guys are the best. Thank you guys so much. I'm glad that people enjoy what I do. I am. I'm really happy that people enjoy what I do. Stone situation again. We need stone fertility. Low stone, so doing stone is going to be a pain in the ass, but we can do it. We're going to need someone to run back and grab more stone, though. I think it's going to be Don, because he's the only one that doesn't have a fucking bounty right now. We're going to put you down. Come over here. Lock this up. This base is not public. We're going to lock that up. Everyone's got to be nice and safe. And we're going to run over to... We're going to stay out of Stout because that place is a fucking mess right now. We're going to run over to Henge. We're going to have Don do it because he's got them legs. He moves at fucking 40 miles an hour. Look at him zipping around like a unit. Yeah, thank you guys so much. My God. Been a great stream. Great stream. Support viewers. I mean, we're sitting at a consistent fucking 55, 50 viewers the entire stream. It's not like the record breaking. You know, we're not hitting 80 viewers. We haven't broke that record, but like consistent 50 is nothing to scoff at, guys. This is huge, especially for a niche game like Kenshi. I mean, that's crazy. What do you mean the Taxman has arrived? How did they arrive already? God. All right, Infinite Wing Wang, you're up. How did they arrive already? We've been a base for like 10 minutes. We've been a base for 10 minutes. They're already here gouging me. 3,000? That ain't bad. Keep yourself hidden. Yeah, fuck you, man. Just you wait. Just you wait. Just you fucking wait. No, we got lucky one day. There was 2 separate times that I got lucky where people just joined. It was the first episode of the Nugget Mafia. We had a consistent 75 viewers. And then I think the 12th episode of the Dwarven stream, we hit 78, which was our all-time high. It was just luck of the draw. The first episode of the Nugget Mafia was the 22nd of December. It was 2 days before Christmas. And just a lot of people had free time, I guess. I mean, it was right before the holidays. A lot of people jumped in. We had a good turnout. But I average usually like 35 to 50. But yeah, no, I've had 2 separate streams where I was sitting around 75 people. Really good stuff. Really good stuff. My all-time high was 78. I'd like to one day see us, hitting 80. Hit that nice new numby, but... Again, I'm 50 is still nothing to scoff at. Great number. I mean, we're killing it. We're killing it. We're killing it. What game is this? This is Kenshi. Kenshi by Lo-Fi Games. Need more building materials so we can start making our own building materials. Buy back my food cube. Okay, and then we're going to have Don run back here because he's fast like the wind. Fast like the wind. Watch this. We're going to watch him on the map run all the way back here. Look at that shit. He runs at 40 miles an hour. He's a beast, an absolute unit. He flies. He flies. Mama once told me I run like the wind blows. I appreciate that, Pato. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. And I happen to hop in as many of your streams as possible, my friend. Kenshi's not about anything in particular. That's the joy of Kenshi. It's not about anything in particular. It's just Kenshi. Kenshi's an open world sandbox in a dystopian like moon. It takes place on a separate moon, a tidally locked moon called Kenshi. And it's a dystopian sandbox where the world has fallen apart to catastrophe, not once, but twice. And civilization is restarted twice. And it is a fully open world sandbox that has no story. It has no missions. It has no quests. It's literally just an open world that you exist in, and you are a character that does not matter. You have no story. You have nothing. But because it is not bound by the confines of a story, you're able to do anything you want. You can be a trader. You can be a mafia. You can form your own guild. You can be a mercenary. You can be a slave. You can own slaves. You can run a restaurant. You can be a farmer. The sky's the limit. It's solid stuff. Solid stuff. Kenshi's the goat. Kenshi's the goat. Where are those triangle bandits coming from? That's what I want to know. Probably coming from like way over here or some shit. Triangle bandits. Triangle bandits. Says they're coming for me, but I don't see them. Are they here? No, these are blood raiders. Raiders Guild, blood raiders. Okay, we need to... Not you, not you, not you. I'm gonna put you on block. You're on hold. You're not strong enough yet to go out there and fight the fight, but all the rest of us are. We'll deal with the blood raiders. We're probably gonna get our asses kicked a bit, but Kenshi will finish them off. And then we'll heal up and get back to building. My hope is that the triangle bandit assault happens at the same time that the traders, that the taxman for the Traders Guild shows up, so that we can capitalize on and have them basically do the fighting for us. That would be ideal. Traders Guild is there. It says there's somebody here. Is that the Triangle Bandits? No, these are Blood Raiders. Oh, is it a Blood Raider assault heading my way? Raiders Guild. No, it's Triangle Bandits. What are these guys doing? They're attacking enemies. Are the enemies me? The enemies are definitely me, isn't it? Oh, no. No, it's the UC Samurai. Okay. All right. Cool. Not me. Not me. Love that. I need to figure out where the points of ingress and egress are in this location. Because I need to fortify the spots that are not, not good. Not good. Before we do that, we need to get a stone mine running. So our stone mine situation is going to be kind of shit. It's going to take a while. And that's unfortunate. But that's okay because ground needs to be more level. What do you mean the ground needs to be more level? Since when? Since when? 35, 37. All right, so 37 looks like it's about as good as we're going to get. Perfect. Perfect. All right, Don Tony McChicken passed out from blood loss. That sucks. I need 3. Somebody with enough room to pick up 3 building materials. Nice. I am going to need a wind generator. We're going to need a lot of things. We're going to need a lot of things. We're going to get there. We're just not there yet. We're just not there yet. Yeah, no, Kenji's carrying us hard right now. Is the GOAT. He's our enforcer. He's our lead enforcer, and he's carrying the show right now. He's the only reason we're still moving. Only reason that we're still moving. Another blood raider. Kenji, go get him. Kick his ass. Yeah. You do what you do, Kenshi. Don't let him near us. Don't let him hurt us. Okay, and we're going to need a processing facility as well, which we also have the stuff for, thankfully. Stone processor. So we're going to put that right here. Maybe, if it'll let us. Right there. All right, so we're going to have our mine and our processor. Things are going to be slow moving for sure, but that's okay. We're making progress. Who has the rest of them? Does Infinite Wing Wang have the iron plates? Oh no, they're on Kenshi. Right, fair enough. Bugs the Smilers Jones. And we're going to go get more plates off Wing Wang. Alright, cool. Build up this processor and then we'll get moving on that. Once we get a couple of building materials taken care of and built, we will also be able to construct a workbench. Excuse me. My God. Don, you need to wake up, dude. You need to wake the fuck up. Pass out from blood loss. Come on, get up. We also need a storage facility for our building materials. Really annoying there. But I'm not going to put that in here because that's going to be annoying. We need racking researcher. That's what I want. They take up less room. So we're going to put that over here. Perfect. Oh, I need electrical components. Do I have those? I do. I have a couple of electrical components, but I have no power. Never mind. We need a normal tech bench for now. Because I have no power. Normal tech bench for now. We're going to build the sweetest chateau that you guys have ever seen. We're going to build the sweetest chateau. Who has all of the books? Who grabbed all the books? Was it Burn? No, it was Cosmic. Oh, yeah. All right, so we'll grab the books, get those in there. Is there anything else we need to research? That's the other question. Core, crafting, tech bench, fabric manufacturing, defense. We need walls. Metal fencing, makeshift walls. Those two things, very important. We're going to have Burn. Burn, take care of that. You get in there and you start researching. Everybody get off hold. We need to start healing each other. Wow, these Blood Raiders are going to be a real pain in my ass, aren't they? Yeah, we're going to need to start producing. So let's get some guys on production. I'm going to put Shrike, Crumble John, and Smiley on production. All three of you guys on production. I'm going to put Cosmic. Cosmic is going to be partially... Cosmic's one of our top-line fighters. I'm going to put Ruka on stone processing, along with Infinite Wing Wang. And Kenshi, you're going to be over here defending. You're on defense. Everybody get to work. We got to get these walls up and running. We got to build the walls. We got to build them up. Build some walls. Ruka, do you have anything in your inventory? Oh shit, she's got a ton of stuff in her inventory. I'm gonna have to free up room so they can move stone. We gotta make sure they have enough room for the stone. Wing Wang, what do you have? He's got all of that shit. We're gonna give some of this to Kenshi. Okay, so now Wing Wang can transport over here and they can start producing building materials. It's gonna be a slow burn, a very, very slow burn. Don, you're gonna help him out. Slow burn, but we should be able to get some materials getting made. And we're gonna end up walling things in, but I have to level with you guys. It's now almost 1 a.m. and I'm fucking exhausted. I'm thinking this is where we're gonna end it for the evening. We have established routes. Don Tony McChicken has established routes. We've got a really good spot. I really like this. This is a good spot. The ground isn't super level, so we may have some issues with farming. But I can cordon off these sections here that are walkable, right? I just got to figure out what sections are navigable, right? So I think right here right here, and then I can cordon them off and make this place very, very well defended naturally, because these walls will form a natural barrier, and we'll only have to deal with everything coming in from one side. I can slap a tower up on these corners here, and then we can use those towers to defend as they're coming from up around here. I mean, this is a really good spot for defense. I foresee this being a very good spot, so it's good. It's good. Yeah, we also have the guard locations and invisible objects. We do have that, so we can actually post real guards out there. It's gonna be really good for the roleplay purpose of all this. Really good stuff. But guys, that's all I got. I'm pooped. I need to get to bed. I'm gonna update my load order for the performance mods as well as the extra animation mods that I added to it. So it'll be all there. So anybody that uses the mods that are listed in the description down below, you guys will have access to it that way. But guys, this is all the time I got. I'm pooped. As always, use your powers for good instead of evil. Make a difference in someone's life. And thank you so, so much for all of the support and the kind words and just hanging out with me this evening, guys. I really appreciate it. You guys are why I do this, you know? So thank you so much. Have a good one, everybody.